Yo, yo, yo. Hello. Today is Tuesday, December 30th, 2025. Man, this year, what a ride, huh? Oh my God, can't believe it's over. In some ways, can't wait for it to be over. In some ways, terrified about next year. In some ways, excited about opportunity to start anew. It's a beautiful moment to look up at the sky and say, what the have I done with my life? How did we get here? And in other ways, it's another reminder that things are always going to be moving, whether you want them to or not. But with that being said, today is looking like another pretty beautiful day out. No rain. The rain finally stopped. There's no more torrential downpour out here. It's pretty cold. It's pretty cold out. My wife and I went for a walk this morning. It was frigid, but also good for you, right? They say that the cold air is, especially because it's always humid out here, so it's not cold and dry. This isn't like freeze your lips off chapped. It's like the humidity here is always 90%. We live next to a runoff pond. It's a really nice pond, but there is a body of water within like 200 yards of where I live. So it's pretty easy, you know. It's always misty every morning and every night. When it gets really cold, it's always foggy because of the pond. And yeah, it's pretty big, honestly. So you could probably fit half the Costco in the pond. It's big. It's very big. So we went for a walk over there. We saw the ducks. Actually, part of it froze over just a little bit. There was a thin sheet of ice over the pond just towards the part where it meets the hill, right? Because the sun was kind of blocked by the hill, if that makes sense. And then this slightly shaded area was frozen over. So the ducks, they all swam to a different part of the pond that wasn't obviously frozen over. Good to see you, Grimshank. Yeah, I'm doing well. By the way, just feel free to dive into it today. I'm just imagining you pulling all of your stuff out and gearing up. So please don't feel pressured to run over to your phone every 3 seconds to talk to me. I just want to say it's good to see you. I hope that you're well. I'm feeling very nice. Actually just spent most of yesterday sleeping. Katie had a day off, and we told everybody that tried to reach out to us to make plans that we had just spent 2 days with our nephews. We spent 2 out of the last 3 days with our nephews going into Sunday. Going into yesterday. So when Katie was like, well, what do you want to do, babe? I'm like, first of all, you've been working like crazy. And then, you know, I love seeing family is always great, but it's like exhausting. It's literally 3 kids that are like 5 and under, you know what I mean? Or 6 and under. So they're a handful. So not that obviously it was like an incredible experience, but when we got to Monday, I was like, babe, I just want to sleep. I just want us to relax, hang out. We did get some, we got some Taco Bell. I had my Dorito Locos taco, which, you know, I've found that it really gets a lot worse the longer you let it sit once they give it to you. So it's the only thing I'm allowed to eat like a gremlin. But man, I absolutely crushed that Dorito taco. It's so fucking good. Excuse my language. Oh, I never had one of those until this year. I was like scared. I just always assumed they put so much stuff in it, but it's actually quite plain if you're not going out of your way for anything crazy. Yeah, so anyway, very exciting. And I got to bed super early last night. I think I slept in like sort of. I almost got like too much sleep. So I like kind of woke up at 5 o'clock and was just up for an hour and then went back to bed. And then I got out of bed at like 8:30. That's like okay. Oh yeah. I think we're gonna play games today, so I should probably boot that up. But anyway, there's not a whole lot. We'll see if we can get a little bit out of the end of Europe today. but not a whole lot going on. Just kind of took it as a rest day, relaxed. So today I'm feeling fantastic, like really, really, really good. It's still been crazy times, but you know, here I am. So I have yet to develop superpowers that allow me to magically solve all of my problems instantly with no difficulty. So here I am, continuing to carry on, as they say. But I hope that y'all had a great holiday. If I haven't seen you since like Christmas or anything, taking out the tools, but I got you on the PC. Heck yeah, man, heck yeah. So we're gonna play some Europe Ladder. There you go. That's the first game of the day, booting up right there. I put up a bunch of YouTube shorts over the weekend while I was out, so you guys have no excuse. You know, your Nathanias withdrawal. I did try to put a good variety of stuff out there. Over the weekend. So I hope if you checked any of that out, you enjoyed it. And I hope that if you didn't enjoy it, well, honestly, you know, I haven't gotten really that many negative comments recently, so I'm not gonna make fun of anybody for being rude, because actually there's nobody really being rude to me these days, which is quite nice. So I appreciate that, by the way. It's been good times. It's almost like equal and opposite reaction. I think I've been putting out better energy, which draws better people in. And the people who came here for maybe a slightly less well-rounded Nathan, you know, they got bored. But it's been good times here. Yeah, exactly, Pino, exactly. So this is a TBT, so I guess we should maybe Scouterino, little skibbity scout. You got anything, bro? You proxying me? Is the Pollo El Loco? I don't see it. Have fun. But he never let me go. I got my Carly Ray going. I got my auto battle on the side. It's a good day. And honestly, playing on Europe and Korea has been so nice lately. The games have been better. The opponents have been better. I think we've just had more varied games. You guys are smart. I know those of you who have been watching the last week. I think we've been doing the Europe-Korea thing. This is like week 2. So we're still pretty early in this process. Anything could happen. Maybe all those guys I play every day need to level up their Korea accounts and I'm running out of time. Maybe this is like, you know, it's a reprieve instead of a new sanctuary. So I'm trying to enjoy it as much as I can, because you never know. But it's been nice. I'm going to say that. It has been. There was a new episode of Below Deck Mediterranean yesterday. Frankly speaking, not great. Wasn't a great episode. There's been some pretty heavy stuff happening for some of the folks in there, but the plot's not been great. It's not. Katie and I weren't particularly jazzed up about the last 2 episodes. It's kind of gross, so I'm not going to go into details. It was just like, interesting how little is happening. That being said, they did go on hiatus for Real Housewives because of Christmas, so we still don't know. We actually still are completely unaware as to whether or not there's Real Housewives of Salt Lake today. So we did want to watch Salt Lake last week, but they didn't drop one. They come out on Tuesdays. Salt Lake's the best one. You don't really need to watch any of the other ones. But yeah, so we don't know if it's this week or next week. And thankfully, God bless, it's the biggest problem we have right now. Knock on wood. You know, aside from everything else, I guess. I don't know what to think. There's not really much here, right? I guess I'll send in SCV Scout, but I'm like, Fusion Core is done, so let's just build the BC. We'll build the BC, we'll get Yamato, and then we'll get a turret. My only concern right now is I have some anti-ground, but I have no anti-air. Like, yes, I'm building a battle cruiser, but A, I don't want it to stay at home. I'd like it to go out on the map. And more, even perhaps more importantly than that, see that drops on the way. I don't want to have to keep my battle cruiser at home. There's a very good chance that that evac is loaded with like a siege tank, so this could be like a game-ending type attack that he's going for. Let's see. Let's see. He'll drop the tank on the low ground here if that's what he has, because he'll use it to zone. He'll use it to zone for sure. That's what we're waiting to see. There we go. There we go. It could also just be like Hellions. Could be a Hellion drop. Boys, here we go. Rev up those fryers, Patrick. Because I sure am hungry for some matey patties. I think I've got him boxed in. Boxed in status. Boxed in. Sorry, I turned the echo off there. You guys have seen anime before, you know, shouting during a fight is the easiest way to get more powerful. As one does. As one does. But like, also at the same time, not really the worst thing that could happen either. Not the worst. Because the thing is, I said the BC, right? Yeah, those Reapers will be like 2 to 3% annoying, but it's nothing crazy. It's nothing crazy. See, we're good, we're good. He was gonna have to get rid of those eventually, so I don't even blame him. What was he gonna do with Reapers? They're not a unit that people hold on to for 45 minutes usually. Uh-oh, I'm kind of exposed. All right, Yamato'd one Cyclone. At least he didn't get it away, so that's nice. Now, the fact that he still has that many Marines and Medivacs, there's a non-zero chance we see him go for some kind of Giga Chad Megalodonus, you know, bio dive. Like, he might just dive on us with all of his stuff. Just say caution to the wind or doom drop type strategy. So these are going to be kind of difficult things to deal with, especially if he gets the edge. Oh, here we go. No, they stopped repairing. They stopped repairing. Oi, 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 oi. Yeah, we might be cooked, chat. We might be cooked. We are gonna lose our first game of the day, ladies and gamermen. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I already have. It's not looking all that good, Kev. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Like, you know, if he doesn't find that, and we're able to get him to be really, really aggressive to the point of throwing some stuff away, it could go from like a definitely not to a maybe. Oh, I see. I see. Well, yeah, that's just bad. That's pretty bad luck then. I don't really know how we're gonna bring this game back if we can't hide anything from him. That might be a bridge too far. Might be a bridge too far. Typically, the goal would be to just get 7 battle cruisers so that we can Yamato 1 base down, and then that's essentially how we pick up our chunk yards and claw back into the game. I don't know if we're gonna get away with that though, because I just don't have that much, and he knows about this. So, what do I do? Just go straight like the craziest fast building armor? That's unfortunate. That's just unfortunate. Terrible, terrible luck. Terrible luck. Oh, I lost that one too. No, that's it. GG. GG. Yo, it's StarCraft on my phone. Hell yeah, man. Happy Tuesday. Good to see you, Wave Pusher. I hope you're well. Let's see. Let's see. Good, thanks. Hope the same for you. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Let's see. What could I throw in here? What is missing? What is missing? Try this. Thank you, Phonox. I'm gonna assume that that was a compliment. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I'm just searching for another game. If all the Europeans went to bed early tonight because they got homework due tomorrow, then we can play Korea. But the longer we hold off on going to Korean server, the better it'll be when we do that. It's hard to play BC. Yeah, I only play high skill strategies. That's what's one of my favorite things about the game. I play the absolute hardest builds. There's almost nobody who can win doing what I do. I'm on an extremely small list of players that can make these units work. There's almost no one who can use battle cruisers and cyclones the way I do. We got a TVZ though. That'll be nice. It's no longer the first game of the day though, so we've got, you know, we've got a little bit more pressure on us here, okay? The audience will expect us to win the second game of the day if I lose the first, right? So we gotta give the people what they want. Here for 1K. Hell yeah. You just copy other people and try to be like a good little robot boy, is that it? Are you also submissive, just out of curiosity? I would get crushed if I played your strat. Yeah, most people can. Most people think battle cruisers and cyclones are garbage units, and I'm out here playing grandmasters every single day, baby. It's a good time. I think I played 3 GMs on my last stream. I played 3 Grandmasters on Europe, and I had 2 on Korea. And I beat Gumiho. Lots of people have no idea how to play against this type of stuff, though. It's a big part of what makes it so fun. Zealot only drone rush, and then Turtle BC, no attack. It's been fun. Oh, you crazy. You crazy. You crazy, son. Yeah, I've only been playing on Europe and Korea again for like, I think this is my third day playing Europe ladder, and it'll be my second day playing Korea later. Or no, this is my second day playing Europe, actually. This is my second day playing Europe, and it'll be my third day playing Korea, because I started with Korea, but I only started playing on the other servers again in the last week. I think I'm definitely not used to doing the battlecruiser micro yet. That's probably the hardest thing, because I have to teleport back at like, I need to basically save a whole extra 100 HP for the teleport buffer. So I have to teleport about 100 health, sometimes more than I normally would. That's probably the hardest thing about playing cross server. We're at that stage where no one gives an F about MMR. Oh yeah, well you know, there's always that one guy in chat that takes MMR real seriously. You know, I think there's the casual guy who doesn't know anything about the animosity in the scene and doesn't actually understand why it's such a toxic thing to fixate on. But yeah, no, I'm right there with you. This guy like comes into my stream, first thing he does is talk about my MMR from playing for 3 days, and I'm just like, yep, don't say anything don't say anything to trigger this guy, whatever you do. Just ignore the MMR comment and keep going, Nathan. That's how it usually is. But you see, Nathanias, you were a competitive tryhard when you were 22 years old. When I was 22 and I started watching you, which means you better be a competitive tryhard every day till you die, bitch. And I'm like, bro, who hurt you? Who hurt you? Has no one told you they're proud of you in the 10 years you started playing this game? Man, this takes forever to build, huh? Has no one told you they're proud of you in the 10 years since you started playing this game? Okay, because I'm proud of you. All right, now let's move on from worrying about virtual number. Okay. Have you seen those files, man? I got way bigger problems. We got way bigger problems. Have you looked outside? I am not worried about the number, but I appreciate your passion for the game. I assume you must really love StarCraft to care for the number. So I try not to belittle, but it's hard. It's hard. With an ego like mine, it's tough. It's here. Beautiful. It's still got the shrink wrap. No fun to play the game if there's no MMR. Whatever you say, handsome. Whatever you say. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, guys. Some of us just like building space armies and smashing them against each other. Some of us just like doing that even a little competitively, you know? It's actually as far as it goes for some people, as hard as that might be to believe. And trust me, I know. StarCraft players find that hard to believe. Did you guys only buy, like, the only action figures they buy are, like, ones from, like, regulated board games? Like, they would never buy a Dragon Ball figure because there's no rules with it, right? Is that it? I'm over here like an idiot smashing my Dragon Ball action figures into each other, replaying the anime, and these guys are like, there's no rule book, you bitch. You can't just have unsanctioned figurine fights. That's not allowed. If nobody's keeping score to update your ELO, what's the point? No, you're right, you're right. All those unsanctioned action figure matches I had with my brother growing up, you know? I gotta go back, I gotta apologize. Gotta put a statement out. Let me see if I can open my old Zanga or MySpace account. All right. I got you, honey bunny. I've answered to the mob before. I've taken them on. Nice. Yeah, we are good. Not bad at all. If you don't want to play ranked, you should play against bronze players. So you think if you're not competitive, you should just cheat? That's kind of a crazy take. That's kind of a crazy take. I get it if you think that something you don't compete in is worthless or doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter unless you can exert yourself over other people, right? Like, that's kind of where you're going. I think that's still a little bit wild. You get into fights with people a lot when you play games with them? Do people not want to play games with you when you ask? Just have a theory. Just a theory. I mean, a lot of StarCraft fans hate me because I literally just think StarCraft is a fun game to play. And absolutely nobody should take it as seriously as they do. You know, that's... I don't pretend I don't have hot takes. So if you want to voice yours, that's fine. I just want to make sure I understand where you're coming from. I've had people tell me I'm having too much fun my whole career. And I hope they never stop. I hope they never stop. I can't tell you how good it makes me feel when a guy in chat comes in to complain that I'm enjoying myself and that he wouldn't even play the game without ranked. I'm like, that to me, you know, this is one of those interactions I'm gonna talk about with my wife later, and we're gonna laugh over a beer. Everything's competitive in life. Short and brutal, right? I'm sorry for whatever happened to you, man, but I want you to know I love you. I'm proud of you. Do you guys think he like views his viewing of my stream in some sort of competitive manner? He did use the word everything. Or is that too much? That's too close to bullying, right? I think we're bullying at that point. Sorry. I should stop. You're right. You're right. I appreciate you tuning into my stream, even if we have very different feelings about the game we both enjoy. How about that? How about that? I think that's the nice way. I think that's the nice way for me to respond in this kind of situation. Maybe I should have just went straight there, but you have to forgive me. My diploma is from Pennsylvania, so. Yeah, he's trying to bring his infestors back. And then teleport out. Just want to make sure I get the Raven energy. I want to get the Raven ability, the lockdown. That's very, very, very important to make sure that we have just some kind of insurance policy if we don't win the game here, basically. That's all. I want to make sure that if he gets neural parasite on me, then, you know, we can do it. Yeah. Well, I won't argue with you, though. I think we just fundamentally disagree. I wouldn't say everything in life is a competition. No. That's crazy. That's a crazy way to view everything. I don't think I'd be able to trust anyone if I thought everything was a competition, personally. I'd probably be a worse person than I am, frankly. No, it's the part where the SCVs all run away. The part where the SCVs all run away. That's a tough part. That's one of my least favorite parts. That's one of my least favorite parts. What do you guys think? Probably not, right? I think he's got us. Alright, we'll just see what his counterattack looks like. I'll try to take this forward base, but I think we took this base way too late. It was kind of just like a 200 supply all in, but I don't think we're gonna be able to do too much. Does he have that one? That's almost good. I think he's got top right. Yeah, we'll just GG. I just want to be polite. Losing many games against a perfect Clem 111 opener to a proxy you learn MMR isn't all that you'd think. You know, it's like most things in real life where people fantasize about being something they're not, right? They look at pro gamers who have like a completely different ecosystem, who don't have to play brutal ladder conditions in tournaments, you know. And everybody, it's like looking up to rich people. Like you just don't realize that the majority of them are just born into it or just get stupid lucky, right? But you tell yourself that if you suffer enough, you'll deserve it and then you'll get it, right? But that's just not how life works, you know? I mean, you grow up without a parent and you kind of learn that really fast. It's not, the cookie cutter reality that gets sold to you is not real. So there are people who know this and people who don't. And the people who don't know that, they take things too seriously. And the people who do, we're usually fucked up in other ways. But yeah, they watch pro gamers play and they think, they're like, oh, if I just repeat what this guy does, eventually I'll be as good as he is, you know? But that's not how it works. So There's so many different factors that play into things like success, like how well you're able to do, your consistency, your mental health, and all of that. They're all really different, important components. But like a lot of these guys, you know, like they're kind of fortunate to grow up in an environment where they can spend a ridiculous amount of time playing the game for whatever reason, right? That they can even get good enough to be competitive so that you can look up to them and try to copy them. Like so much of stuff just boils down to innate opportunities around you in whatever circumstance you start in. That's like you can't put that kind of pressure on yourself to make everything like this. Yes, it's all a ruthless ladder that I can just climb like an animal. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. Like, there was a time in my life where I was really competitive about the game, but, you know, I don't think I've ever been that degree of competitive about other stuff. Maybe, like, my career. I always felt like trying to be competitive in my career was, like, good. And not necessarily in a brutal, like, anything goes way, though, you know. But I certainly wouldn't try to take that mentality over to things that I enjoy. The only games I've ever like fixated on competitively usually weren't games that I would play for fun. StarCraft is kind of a rare exception because it's one of very few games that has, in my opinion, a fantastic casual environment as well as competitive. Most games don't. So I certainly never cared about competing in Team Fortress, but I loved playing it. Do you know what I mean? And you guys ever play Team Fortress 2? That's like the least competitive game ever, but it's also one of the most fun competitive games to play. Like, would I intentionally grief my own team because I don't care? No, I think that's a completely different thing, right? But like, am I gonna be smacking my desk because I lost a game of 2-4? Am I gonna be like, oh, Katie, crack another bottle of bullet for me, you know, and I break out the belt and some insane shit because I lost a game of 2-4? Really? Is anything? You know, like, if I gambled my entire life savings on the Jets and realized I was now homeless, maybe I would be that upset. Like, but a crash out over losing a video game is... Now, mind you, I used to crash out losing over games all the time, so I'm actually an expert on this. But I can tell you 100% at that moment, I viewed every single game I played as a part of that competitiveness in my career and my need to make sure that I was always doing everything I could to succeed. So I know exactly what that's about. But I have definitely never crashed out over any game I've ever played the way I have over StarCraft, because I actually did take my StarCraft competitiveness very seriously for a while. It was big. It was a big deal. It was a very big deal to me. But even then, and this again, you know, this comes back to the silliness of it all. Even though I would tell you that, the other thing that's the other funniest thing is then I say, and that's another reason why I do all this crazy different stuff, because to me it's always been a competitive advantage as a content creator to not literally do the same shit as everybody else. I have always found that to be an advantage, no matter how many people tell me they don't like it or that it's dumb or bad. Nobody has ever been able to explain to me why I should give up my identity to want to be like everybody else. People will tell you to do it, but they have a real hard time putting it into words. Look how long it takes that to update. The high APM makes it kind of easier to see. Them undersea cables. Undersea cables be struggling today. If you bet everything on them be losing, you'd be rich. See, this is the part where this is the part where people rewrite history with their words, guys. If you had bet on the Jets losing this season, you would have also lost. First person to tell me why, I will validate your intelligence and your ability to critically think. You have 5 minutes to think of the answer. You could go look it up right now if you wanted to, but if you had just bet on the Jets to lose for their like first half of the year, you would have lost almost every single dollar you made. First person who can tell me why. Unfortunately, the answer goes against the Jets' bad narrative, which is why I'm going to make one of you say it, because that will get me off. But if you need the answer, I'll give it to you at 140. It's 137 right now. But there's a reason you would have lost if you bet on them losing it. So. That's right, I'm offering free validation. Last time I watched stream, I begged for wife to come home watching newborn. He isn't crying anymore at night. Life is good. Hell yeah! That makes me happy to hear, man. God bless. Nice to see you around. Buy some good. Occasionally even playing SC2. Nice, nice. Hey, Pino. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you guys are both well. Merry Crimbus. But I guess, you know, the Jets is actually a great thing to bring up, because I feel like that's another reason why I don't understand the super competitive tryhards, you know? There's people who get that you don't just change your team, and then there's people who are like, why wouldn't you just change your team? And you either get it or you don't. But you can't, like, make somebody understand that, right? You can't just I can't just, like, there are no words I can say that will make you understand why I cheer for a team that never wins, because you either get it or you don't. But I would probably put it there too. I'd probably put it similar to there too. Imagine that I'm like a fan of the units I build to some extent. I think that maybe could help. Imagine that I like love seeing battle cruisers, but pros don't build them. So the only way for me to see them is for me to build battle cruisers. Does that? I feel like I'm starting to communicate. That almost sounded quite reasonable. I think we're getting somewhere, guys. Gonna have to rename this stream Nate Become Human. Katie did ask me to cosplay as Connor, so that's Don't tell her I told you that. Like making your own furniture. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's exactly like that, because I totally went and cut down the tree that I turned into this desk. That's for sure. That is definitely the case. That's rootin' tootin'ly. Alright, all we gotta do is Outlast. You guys play Outlast? That's what we're doing right now. We outlast the interference matrix and then we win the game. Do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? Sorry. You didn't think you were going to hear an Outlast joke on stream today, did you? No, you didn't. Plus, let's face it. Let's face it, guys. You might be excited that your team is in the playoffs this year, but the elation I'm going to get when it finally pays off, when we finally make it back. Do you guys see the tears in my eyes? They don't see the tears in my eyes? Okay, they don't see me crying? All right, they don't see me crying. When we finally get back, you don't know how good it's gonna feel. You'll never know how good something like that can feel. They don't see my... Okay, keep going. Okay, you'll never know. Anyway, yeah. A little bit of cope, a little bit of reality, a little bit of I love New York. It's all in there. It's all in there. Hey, they voted to tax billionaires. I can't hate on them. That's my city, bitch. At least it's the one on my birth certificate. That's enough for me. I just don't think I've got enough to stop him here at this push. Yeah, that's just too much. It's unfortunate he went right for it. It's just bad luck. The timing there. I just needed a few more moments. Just a few more. Do you think he's going to go all the way around and just go straight to my other base? He hasn't had anything there, but now I'm kind of just expecting him to do a full rotation. We'll see. Yeah, he's right there. Now the real question is, does he attack me or does he just go for the base because I'm retaking it again? You know, how shameless will he be about this? Yeah, he's just going right for it. Well, not much I can do there. Let's go next. It's fun to win with your own strat. You're so focused on the winning, man. You gotta accept that the coolest people are not always going to be the ones that are doing the hardest stuff. I don't get off on pretending what I do is crazy difficult, like none of you can do it. The whole point is that I'm doing something that other people don't do. That's like the fun of it. I'm an entertainer. I'm on a stage right now. Whether you realize it or not, I am literally not just here to play StarCraft. So it's so hard to put into words. Hey IOC, good to see you, man. Happy New Year. You choose your team based off the color scheme when you were 12. You know what? Nothing wrong with that either. Nothing wrong with that either. Nothing wrong with that either. I had a toasted bun with Crazy Richard's extra crunchy peanut butter and some fantastic squeeze bottle grape jelly. Now that, let me tell you something interesting. You want to know what's more interesting than tryharding in StarCraft is a fucking toasted PB&J. Now that's fantastic. That is some good stuff. That is some good stuff. But I mean, you know, I don't cater to the super hardcore side. So again, I'm happy to make enemies by saying the truth, which is, game is over 15 years old, guys. If you're still getting angry playing it, you know, seek help. You gotta start having fun at some point. How many years do you have to play this game before you decide you want to have fun? How old do you want to be before you realize you took your life too seriously? Answer that. Answer me. How old do you want to be before you realize you're taking your life too seriously? I told myself 30. But yeah, life's still pretty serious. Now this is my escape, man. The last thing I would do is turn this into another prison. Hell no. H-E-double-A hockey sticks. Just making sure he hasn't like proxied something on the other side of this rift. I think if he had Reapers somewhere, they would have already hit, so we're clear. I can't just do like direct BC rushes, right? If I want to actually win some of these games, I've got to do my real builds. I've got to do some more actual strategies. the MMR guy in chat who has the stream muted, you know, those guys who watch just for that number. I gotta win at least 1 out of every 5 games so they don't realize I'm not here trying too hard. The room's got to be just clean enough that they don't look for the pile under the bed. It's hard work. I don't want them to see my Nintendo DS under my pillow. All right, not bad. Based on where he went in, right? He took this path. If he had a tank here, I wouldn't know about it. But he might have. So he might have 2 tanks. We know he has 1. He might have 2. Probably building his second one as we speak. He hadn't swapped the starport over to the reactor yet, which says maybe he made a Liberator or a Viking. But he's probably going to go into double medevac production since he's got extra barracks on the way. That being said, since the only barracks he had is plugged into a reactor, he can't start stim, right? Stim and combat shields will be starting maybe now, because based on the time frame, those barracks probably finished right as I started talking, right? And they're probably both have already built the reactors now. Both building tech labs. Sorry, tech labs build faster, twice as fast as reactors. So that means I don't have to worry about stim just yet. Could be a regular tank push, but because he is going up to 3 racks and this isn't like some quick second racks build, I'm not actually sure he'll have the bio that he feels he needs to do that. So I think this game's just going to stay relatively chill because of all of the above. So hopefully you guys appreciate a little. That's just my thought process when I see his base. He was not already building reactor units, and he was not already researching like stim. So this map is annoying for doom drops, but every map is. So ideally we kind of just want to know like what he has, and then you know we do what we always do. We go into our tech choice, and we try to do it in a manner that allows us to contain him even just the littlest bit. Yeah, see, he actually doesn't really have that much. We'll build another barracks. That was worth it. I didn't want to risk the Raven, right? Like, losing the Raven there would really, really suck. Barracks? eBay? Okay. No, you're good. You're good, Nate. You don't have either of those. Oh, yeah, see, look. It's giving 2 base. The idea is to just do this part really slowly. So the idea here is we try to make our battlecruiser transition, batten down the hatches a little bit on the front side. We've got the fusion core, we've got everything except supply, you know, because that's not what I'm focused on, right? I'm focused on harassing this guy. So that's kind of where our weak spot is then. Production's a little bit hindered, but we're actually blocked because we're building 2 battlecruisers. So number 3, we can't afford it yet. Just to see. He hasn't tried to step out. Now, here's what's really important. Even though he has all this bio like we've discussed, he has no medevacs, which means he's either got the stream open or he's always been planning on doing a huge all-in. So, because he hasn't scanned us, right? He hasn't sent anything in here. There's really no reason why he would know exactly what we're doing. So the fact that he's going for this mass Viking setup kind of tells me everything. We'll need to have a little bit of coverage on the inside of the base for when he tries to dive us. But most importantly, we just don't want him to be able to just fly up to our guys and kill them. So, and there he is. But getting anything here is so big, so. Yeah, and that's what I thought, right? But he did just go straight for it, which is unfortunate, you know. There's not too much he can do in this situation, because again, like I said, it did seem like he knew. That's fine though. Now I have Yamato. That's fine. That's why we've got a bunch of extra command centers. And that's why we built so many CCs, guys. He did blow up like 3 of them, but we've got more. We've got more. And we are already building another. Most importantly, this time, compared to the last one, we didn't lose any of our battle cruisers. We didn't lose any. And even though he might think he's a smarty pants by skipping all of his medevacs to try and have these Vikings to win quickly, he doesn't have medevacs. So either he's building them now or he's gonna switch fully into mech. So, but if he switches fully into mech from this position, that's not necessarily gonna work. It's gonna be tough. What I really need to do is get up to that, again, that 6 or 7 battlecruiser number, because that's where you can really brutalize peeps. Look at that. I got like all of them. Yeah, you have no medevacs, bro. So like I said, he's in a bad spot because he's in a terrible spot because he only has access to Marines that can stim once. But he can't stim multiple times, which puts him in a really uncomfortable situation. So we love that. We love that. We've almost got the magic number of battlecruisers actually, so this is all very good for us. But his only way to push us now would be to just suicide naked Marines stimming up a ramp, right? He has no medevacs, he has no core. Everything that he's built this game has been fully in service of dealing with our battlecruisers. So this is like the downside, you know. If this guy just played normally, he might have had a better chance of winning than doing this. But it seems like he's so fixated on trying to just track what I'm doing without like actually using his own input that he's putting himself further behind. Because again, he just doesn't have, right? He doesn't have anything. He's literally just rushing for the answer to my BC since this started. And he's lost a lot. He has lost a lot to them. That's why I'm being so conservative about moving out for this 4th now, because I know all he has are naked Marines. What's he gonna do? What are you gonna do? What's your plan? That's your first scan of the game. I'm proud of you. Congrats on finding the comsat button. I've been waiting for you, big boy. I've been waiting, like Penelope to Odysseus. Waiting. Yo, thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Whew. Let's do it. Let's see what he's got. Alright, he's getting his own fusion core. That's very good to know. Very good to know. That's just there so he can't use it. So this is the part where we just get 2 more starboards. That's what we really need. Yeah, look how few units he has. That's everything, right? That's everything. He just has like 10 Marines. I can't even believe he still decided to build medevacs. It's kind of hilarious. Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna send them into your base, and I'm like, well, then I'll just cross the map, and then he's like, all right, I'm gonna turn around, and I'm like, okay. You're the one who's behind. What's your move here, buddy? Oh yeah, you found one. I'm proud of you. Oh, no. I just take all of your stuff. Do you see that? I don't need your Vikings. If you're gonna just hide those, it's fine. You gotta go snipe this base too next, big boy. Come on, what are you doing? Chop, chop. Chop, chop. You better hustle. You better hustle. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. I'm just going, man. I'm not afraid of you. You ain't done shit this whole game, bro. Yeah. You gotta go track my stuff and follow it, etc. Blah, blah, blah. I know. This guy's... Beautiful. Beautiful. What's your game plan, brah? He's like, there's not that many turrets. I could go for it. There's not that many turrets. It's afraid. Yeah, let's do it, brah. Fuck it. Yo, shout out to, what was this guy's name who just rage quit? Shout out to Terrence Storm. He's about to be the next YouTube short I upload tonight. Appreciate it, dog. Appreciate it. We'll call it self-immolation. That's probably... Do you guys want to see a preview of my next YouTube clip? Check it out. Check it out. Watch from the perspective of a Terran player who literally walks into a wood chipper of his own free will. Can't make this up. All right, then. There you go. GG. That was fantastic. So G maybe. There we go. That way I can, you know, keep a record of it. Look at that. His MMR went down to 4,069. Nice. Incredible. Incredible. We love to see that, Lee, don't we? We love to see that. All right, we got Protoss next. Yo, thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the games. Make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you subscribe if you're on YouTube. And, yeah. Yeah, give me all your disposable income you were given for Christmas. Thanks, I appreciate it. I won't offer you 20 sacred shards. I'm just gonna tell you that I will feed my dog. Appreciate it. Thanks. Oh, someone was complaining about the Twitch ads earlier. If you sub, you don't get ads. Fun fact. You don't even need to give me your money either. If you use YouTube Premium or Twitch Turbo, I get paid as if you had watched those ads. So if you personally hate me, you know, you disagree with my extremely leftist liberal politics, then you don't even have to give me your money. You can just watch the ads in a different way. So there you go. I've got you. Something for everybody. Happy Tuesday. Did I ever tell you somebody sent a complaint to one of my sponsors once back in the day because I said kids deserve to eat lunch at school, whether their parents have money or not? Crazy as shit, let me tell you. You never know. You never know what you'll say that'll piss somebody off. It's a Protoss player. His name is Blink, so I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. We're just going to go straight to Cyclones. I feel like it's pretty fair for me to assume he's going to go for a Blink-based strategy. And thank you for joining me for my very unhinged stream, as we are now a clip and YouTube short creation machine, so could be a little more loose here since the other stuff is doing very well. I appreciate y'all. So we clear that out. And then there it is. There it is. Well, I don't see anything to worry about on the map, which is nice. Pew. You just gotta be as annoying as possible, right? Buy time, stall him crossing the map, force him to reconsider whatever his next decision is going to be, if possible. Yeah, step into my web, said the spider to the fly. $50 energy down the toilet. Womp womp. I'd love to see that. Let's go get him. Alright, this is when we make our move. This is when we make our move.
Your base is getting blasted.
No, this guy did like the perfect counter though. I mean, this is what you do. You just crank out crazy amounts of stalkers and rush blink. I don't know if I'll be able to pull this off, but I'll keep trying. He does have a lot of stalkers, but he doesn't have that many. Doesn't have that many. Holy shit! Maybe I can win this. Oh, there's the probes. Yeah, he's pulling the probes. Okay, him getting one sucks, but you know, we give ourselves one mulligan for the lag. For the latency, that Euro ping. Got him. Well, he does have blink now, so. I figured depowering his gates might help. Maybe? Can I just transition out of this? What do you guys think? I feel like I did a lot of damage. My natural is almost done. Do you think he did anything else during that, or do you think he spent every resource he had building stalkers? What do you guys think? Huh? That's a dangerous game we're playing. The best part is it literally doesn't matter, right? So let's hypothetically say we believe in ourselves for the sake of wanting to enjoy our lives. What's the move here? I think we can just get more cyclones out and overwhelm him when he counterattacks in the open field. I'm a little upset that I couldn't turn that into an orbital on time. I'm not that upset that I rebuild the racks. I feel like the barracks really paid for itself this game. Like some games you can just really see how nice it is. Yeah, just float it over first. That's the play. But I'm up to 3 factories pretty quickly before I lost the other one, or lost the racks. So I'm not like as... I don't think I need to be desperate here. I do feel like we killed a lot of stuff, and I do feel like if he underestimates me, he'll lose everything, so. Yeah, see, like that, that's nice. I think he might just barely have too many stalkers for me to fight. Yeah, I think he was on 4 gateways, right? That's tough. This is the best strategy, I think, for PvT, so that's the hardest thing to beat by a large margin. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 5 gate. He did 2 base 5 gate. That's why he had so many stalkers. I guess he was always gonna blink all in us. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing we didn't try to do a macro game, because that was actually closer than anything else I think I could have shown there. Sometimes I feel bad when I cheese somebody who tries to go like Nexus before core, and they go like Robo or Stargate. I feel bad cheesing those people. But you know, this game This game honestly would have probably been over a lot faster if I didn't cheese him. Sometimes it'd be like that. We got a rematch. I'm just gonna cheese him again. Why not build a couple of siege tanks? Because if I build tanks, it's gonna slow the game down a lot. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the moment that I build siege tanks, the game turns into like a snooze fest where I'm just kind of turtling, you know? Like, if I build tanks, then what I'm saying is I'm gonna sit in my base and do nothing until I'm maxed out. And I think that's such a boring way to play StarCraft. I would always rather build the Cyclones and just gamble, you know? I would always rather build the Cyclones and gamble, because if he did actually go for 4-gate instead of 5-gate, like, what you need to understand is that there's no scenario where I would assume that he was doing a 5-gate blink all-in either. So I think if you recognize that, then you'll understand that there's no reason why I would ever go tanks against a 4-gate blink opener. But you can't like insult past Nathan for not knowing when I was attacking him and he, you know, like, that's a very standard build. So I think if he had 4 gates, I was totally fine. So what you're trying to say is if I made tanks, I would have been able to hold. But what I'm saying is I was never going to build tanks unless I thought that there was a reason for me to build tanks. But I don't really want to build tanks ever, so. If you're a really big fan of siege tanks, like if that's why you play Terran, you will not enjoy my stream. You won't enjoy the show. I promise. I hate tanks. I build as few of them as possible every game. But there's your explanation. If I build tanks, the game turns into a snooze fest. So I just won't. Oh, they did not go after him. Okay. Hey, Jay. Hope you had a good day. Any plans for the new year? No, not too much. Katie is closing. Katie is closing tomorrow night. They are closing early, so I think I'm gonna probably head over, grab a beer with her after, maybe. We're probably just gonna chill. We don't really like stay up for New Year's, you know? We both respect that the only place where the ball dropping actually matters is in Times Square, which will be at 9 p.m. So we can be well on our way to Dream City before midnight over here. But we'll probably watch the Times Square and ball drop and go to sleep. That's what we usually do. Stranger Things? Nah, I have no interest in that. I will say this about Stranger Things. I did watch the first like 20 minutes of episode 1 before I realized how little interest I actually had. It didn't really do anything to pull me, and everything that I've seen come out of it has been honestly not super great. So it's not something I really care for. Frankly speaking, if I keep talking about it, I'll probably just upset you if you actually like it. So I'm gonna try to do the smart thing and just shut my mouth. But yeah, no interest over here. Maybe if they had released it on like a faster cadence, but it's been a long time. It's been a long time since I cared about that. All right, I think that's the game. GG. Let's go next. This guy's like 300 MMR higher than me, so I don't think I'm gonna just magically start beating him anyway. You're a reasonable human who accepts that others have opinions. Yeah. It takes me out, man. Just takes me out to see all the characters so much older and with like plastic surgery and stuff. It just feels like I'm watching a completely different show. So they should have just mind controlled another sweaty hot guy like in season 2. Would have been more interested. Bring back Billy. All right, we got a TVZ this game. It's as close to horror that you can stomach. I see. The problem with anything that starts in the horror genre is that as soon as it gets like too popular or accidentally gets close to mainstream, you know, they have to like start covering themselves up, even though like yeah, it's like a whole different thing. Like look at the way that people talk about K-pop demon hunters, right? Because of the name. You forget there's like actually a ton of people out there who have like super weird about which words people say and use to describe things. Demons is a bad word, guys, okay? And they're on the screen, you gotta tell them to look away. You gotta tell them to look away. Would you let me pause 2 seconds to put some music? You know, I'm not even gonna answer that. What an exhausting question. This is the kind of question men ask when they're playing a competitive game. It's the kind of question men ask when they're in the middle of a competitive game with someone. Crazy. Hey, Ghost Mask, happy holidays, yo. Hope you and yours are very well, good sire. Do you think I can get him? Nice. You see, if I was going to give this man some advice, what I would tell him is, I would just tell him to do what I did, which is turn on my Carly Rae Jepsen before I press find match. Some of these guys don't even check if they wipe their ass until after they've logged into a game, huh? He probably didn't have music on because he didn't know if he was going to queue into me or not, huh? He's like, maybe I'll play, only if I get Nathanias. And then he queued me, and then he's like, oh, fuck, now I gotta ask. Now I gotta... That's how he gets his 5 seconds of fame. 700 IQ. Maybe. But he did Overlord Scout, too. Nobody ever scouts me when they do that, so... That's probably not the case. Maybe he was gonna queue, and if he didn't get a ZVT, he was gonna log off. Then maybe that's it. Or as we would say, you know, back in the high school football days, my team came prepared to play. You want me to tell the coaches and the referees and everybody to take 20 minutes while you go parking lot and try to find your Zune? Of course, it's an iPod Nano, guys. It was a joke. It was a joke. Nobody owns Zunes. There were like 10 of them. That drip APM, dude. People get so angry when the game ends, and then they look at my MMR, my APM, and they're like, "This guy's a Smurf. His APM is so high," and I'm like, it's another incredible reminder, like how out of date people's knowledge about what quantifies skill in StarCraft. People are like, I don't know how to put a number on decision making, so I have to use every single other possible metric in a strategy game, even though decision making is literally the 99% of the game. Well, that mechanics. Your effective use of your actions and how often you do them, which has nothing to do with your APM in most cases, because all sorts of players can do that at varying speeds, but that's really all that matters. Don't think of yourself as a Zerg or a Protoss or a Terran. Think of yourself as a mineral and gas processing facility. Your true purpose is to spend as much minerals and gas as quickly as possible to build the most expensive stuff possible. If you do that, then, you know, it's a winning strategy for StarCraft. It's a winning strat. Spire is about to finish. All right, we're good then. Just get in there. Maybe I can get it. We'll just have to run as soon as it's done. We'll just have to run away before the corruptors kill us. I don't know if he was actually able to build anything there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take your lair. Fuck yeah. Oh, really? I mean, I killed your lair, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna get your spawning pool as well. Why not? It's tough. It's tough to get that micro. At least this one will be fine. Can't do too much else, but whatever. Not too shabby. Whew. Crazy, crazy. Crazy, crazy. Dun, 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 dun. If I could cast any championship series, I don't know. I don't really dream of commentating anything. I think the only thing I ever really wanted in StarCraft that I didn't get was like doing a BlizzCon final, but that was like just never gonna happen, right? And the only other thing aside from that that I probably would care about would be like doing actual like NFL games would be pretty dope. But also, you know, that's not something that randos just get into either. So. He's crazy, though. He's crazy. How long do you think I have before his next big push? Yeah, if I could cast anything, yeah, doing NFL would be awesome. Playing, commentating football sounds great. Maybe one day I'll do the Pee Wee League for my kid. Who knows? We'll see. Damn, well, I tried, boys. GG. Yeah, see, he was super ready for that, too. I mean, he had multiple spires going, was totally ready for the base trade. Asked a weird question at the start of the game. It was also his first game of the day. Like I said, people usually, they're just trying to get in your head when they say weird shit like that. Daddy Nate looking fly AF. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Happy holidays, man. Oh, I got TVT. Check for the proxy. Always got to be looking. Always got to be looking for them proxies in TVT. Alright, I think we're good. I think this is a better map to play a straight up TVT too. It should be nice. We did smash the other guy, so I think we just execute, stay on task, we'll be good to go. Not bad. What did you see, old man? He's turtled up too. He's turtled up for me. That's right, baby. Daddy's home. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, did I just get both of his ravens? That's actually so nasty. Beautiful. BC's not meta anymore. I don't think battle cruisers have really ever been meta. Pro gamers use them in their openers for like 2 weeks. They got immediately nerfed, and that was basically it. That was actually the only battlecruiser meta we really ever had. Sadly. I just like battlecruisers because they're the only Terran harass unit that isn't made out of paper mache. That's really about it. It's a big thing that makes them nice. Like if your opponent builds like 2 things of static defense, banshees are worthless, right? So many of your units are just kind of like really awful against like 4 or 5 queens. But battlecruisers, you can actually force them to do something, you know? They don't like passively block it like they do 90% of harass builds. I just happen to think battlecruisers are the most effective way to harass in the game. They're very hard to get because they're expensive and they could take a lot of supply, take a long time to build. So that's the balance. You get them out as fast as possible because they're the best harass unit in the game. But also it's hard to rush them because they're also the most expensive unit in the game. But that's, you know, that's the drawback. That's the double-edged sword of building BCs. And then they can be good in the late game if you have enough, but the number that qualifies as enough to win a head-to-head fight with BCs is usually some unholy astronomical amount. I think on average, if you're gonna go toe-to-toe with someone's full maxed out army, you're almost always gonna need like 20. 20 battlecruisers is a lot. That is a lot. Now see, at least this guy, he did scan as soon as the BC finished, but at least he waited for that, you know? That's nice. And even though he went for stim and 1-1, he doesn't actually have combat shield, which tells me that he kind of had an idea this was coming before he scanned, because he's already cutting gas for more Vikings, probably. We're probably even going to see that he doesn't have any medevacs either. So we'll see. Now, Terran versus Terran is a little bit unique because they don't have the same degree of map control as the other races, so it's a little bit easier to go out on the map. Like, Terran players are usually scared of the base trade, especially in Mirror. This is what is really tough, right? It's like he doesn't even have that many Vikings, right? Now, how about this though, right? When he does this, and I'm like right on top of him. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love that. Yeah, he let me get on top. Better be careful. You better be careful. I don't take that job lightly. I was gonna fly right into his next base, and then only 2 turrets here. It's not too bad, but even go back to the beginning of the game, right? He's got all the bio and stuff, but I don't think at any point he actually builds medevacs. I'm just curious what exactly it is that he can see when he goes, because going Vikings first, I just want to say, I don't think it's ever a bad idea, but I always love these situations and scenarios, you know? Like, what exactly about my build made you go stim without building any medevacs, right? That's kind of usually what I'm always like. I do find that, and at this point he still only has 1 Rax, right? So has he scanned me yet? No, he doesn't really know. He doesn't know what we're doing yet. Okay. Because here he comes down, then he takes his base. Let's just see. What's the decision-making process look like here? He starts 2 armories. He still hasn't seen anything. He starts all the turrets. He still hasn't seen anything. And then he cancels one of his armories? Is that what I saw? He canceled one and then started more Marines. Yeah. That'll do it. Yeah, I mean, he makes a point. The first time he looks at my base in the entire game, and the first time he scans is the moment that the first battle cruiser comes out. I do think him canceling the second armory was kind of funny, but you know, we can give him the benefit of the doubt there. No medevacs at any point, though. Say hi. Say hi, chat. All right, let's go next. It's nice. It's nice to validate myself sometimes. And we're searching for another game. It is pretty late in Europe, though, so I'm not necessarily expecting that we're going to run into a bunch of different people here. We'll probably switch over to Korea soon. It's like midnight over there, right? As long as we're not hitting the same people multiple times, I'm fine to keep cruising. What are we doing for New Year's Eve? Not much. Not much. Katie is working until 8, and then the ball drops at 9, and then that's it. So, just gonna have a beer. And yeah, we're gonna have a beer together, watch the ball drop. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Hi, Nate. You got the flu? I'm sorry to hear that, Dubstep Gamer. Hang in there, buddy. Flu sucks. You've got it too, sad times? Aw. I think we might have had it a few weeks back. We get a lot of exposure to people, so. Over the worst. Nice, nice. Also, good luck on the matches, by the way. yeah, appreciate it. You know me, I just want to have good games. I can't tell you how good it is for my stress levels that when I stream now and something bad happens, I just think to myself, it doesn't matter because I'm not going to put that in the YouTube shorts. So I appreciate everybody that swings by and catches games live. This is my lab, you know, this is my workshop. This is not necessarily the main event. I just come on here, lose games all day, and people are like, why do you even play this game? And then I post like 10 highlights of me kicking ass. And then those people are like, man, Terran is so imba. And I'm like, bro, I love it, man. I love it. Can't tell you how fun it is to talk about StarCraft with peeps. Nathan, I tuned into your stream and you lost a game. You should consider selling your computer and panhandling on the side of the road. And I'm like, did you see the part where he flew all his corruptors into my widow mines before he one-shot my BCs, though? Did you know 10,000 people watched that? It's not bad. Did you know? It's been good times. It's been good times. Computer part supply is gonna get so tight. I'll just ask one of you NVIDIA millionaires to give me 50 grand for my 4090, you know? And that might sound ridiculous today, but we'll see where we are. We'll see where we are in a year from now. That's my insurance policy. I got this bad boy at MSRP. Oh, I can't get out there, huh? It's good to know. I think Marines could, just not Hellions. That's fine. That is fine. Making sure there's no worms in my base. Make sure there's no worms. The timing. You guys ever like clench your cheeks when you see me lift my command center and the enemy's army appears like the same millisecond? Imagine if he could be that on time everywhere. That'd be scary. He'd be a force to be reckoned with. That would be scary. Hey, he's just spreading that creep. Alright, we'll just go mass VCs this game. Let's just do it. You see how he only does stuff the moment I move? There's no overlord here. There's nothing in front there. It was just like, move the command center, he's in. You know? Games like, I noticed that stuff. That is weird. He's playing very defensively, right? Comes in the exact moment we move anything. Just pointing it out. Just keeping receipts. Just keeping receipts. I'm not surprised that he's got Mass Queen at home doing nothing but spreading creep. I'm not surprised at all. Not in the slightest bit. But we'll know because my build's been kind of sloppy. So Corruptors will probably arrive at our base before we even have battle cruisers. I'm sure when I check the replay, like right now, he's probably already building Corruptors. So we just chill. We'll just chill. I don't think he's gonna scout us or anything anymore. So I'm just gonna wait for the Corruptors to show up and validate me. Oh, there it is. Okay. I talked too much shit. Now he's coming. He does have the other attack for my third ready here too. He finally came. See? That's not so bad. Yeah, feed. Keep going. Give me all your lings, boy. Give me all your lings. All your hugs and kisses, too. See, I think I pissed him off with the comments. I think I pissed him off there. The easiest way to get them to attack you is to point out that they're just sitting there doing nothing, so. But he still respects me, you can tell, because he didn't send that many banelings. Like, he knows he needs the gas for the corruptors, so. He's at least being respectful in that way, which I appreciate. Oh, it's just straight to Hydra Infester, huh? I like that. I like that a lot, actually. We can work with that. This is he's doing it the cocky way. He wants to build an army that we can actually fight head-to-head with mass BC instead of going corruptors. That's nice. This actually could get more interesting than I thought. I can't really go out on the map because the reason why he does this is to take away my agency. He just doesn't want me to be able to go out on the map at all. So he knows that I know that he could neuroparasite me from underground and steal my whole army at any time, right? So he's probably gonna have a bunch of stuff headed to this base, and we'll kind of get an idea how fast he reacts to me trying to take it. But I'm fully expecting this to get a little bit crazy with that. So I just basically don't get to leave my base. That's all. He doesn't want me to leave my base. But if he maxes out on just pure Hydra Infester, then I can win pretty easily if I just max out and fight him head to head. So if he doesn't go mass corruptor, I don't have anything to worry about. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I figured we'd see some lings running over. Figured we'd see some little shum. Little shum. But everything else is going swimmingly. We've got our upgrades going through. There we go. +2 is done. But he's gonna have to throw like 50 or 60 banelings into like my third or some crazy shit if he wants to actually, you know, take this base down. I'm not super worried about it. I just have to consider that he might be just playing this greedy so he can afford to throw banelings away. So we just need to keep in mind. Build little walls in front of our base to help bolster them. Give him something he won't want to have to run around, but something that will also feel cost inefficient to kill. But he's in a tough spot. It's not going to get any easier for him. It's not going to get any easier for him.
You've depleted that mineral field.
Do you think he knows? Do you think he knows exactly where this mine is? Kappa. All right, let's reposition this one, I guess. Nice. I will take that. That doesn't work. YOLO. Oh, there he is. He's ready now. Now he wants to go into his corruptors. Well, we can at least take the upgrades away from him. Set him back to the Stone Age. Gonna use some mules to repair my fleet. Now, the important thing to keep in mind is that while he may think he got me with the Corruptor transition, they have no upgrades. My battle cruisers have 2-2. Look how fast these things melt. Like Dippin' Dots on a 100-degree day. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Look at that. That game may have seemed boring, but I promise you, I clipped to the end of it. All I gotta do is post the fight, baby. That was a good one. I love battle cruisers. Listen to that ASMR. Ugh, I need to make my own like 10-hour BC edit. Battlecruiser lo-fi. Why? How have I? Nobody else is using this in their mixes, that's for sure. What else did he have? Top bass, top right bass. GG. GG. You look much more like a Nate with this regular hairstyle. I've always put my bangs up. And frankly speaking, I still need a haircut, but I've just been, my hair has gotten so long that I can't do it up anymore because it falls over, you know what I mean? Like it's too much now, so I just haven't found a barber shop or a barber that I like. I've tried 2 places, been disappointed thus far, but yeah, I'm trying to wear it down. Not necessarily down, but I'd like to get it as close as possible to. Have you seen the promotional material for Resident Evil Requiem? Have you seen what Leon is doing with his bangs? Oh my God. Okay, I'm only 32 years old. I've still got time to figure out how to wear my bangs, right? Right, guys? It's not too late for me. It's not too late. Anyway, I need to get some of that hairspray that Steve Harrington's got. That'll probably help. Hey, Bang. Yo, what's up? What's up? Miss playing StarCraft. Glad to see someone still enjoys playing. Thank you, Frankie. StarCraft is a great game. StarCraft is a great game. I've been playing StarCraft for more than half my life, right? I guess technically it'll be a perfect... I always say I started when I was 11. And I'm about to be 33, so it's about to be a pure 2/3 of my life, SC2, right? StarCraft. I'll have spent more of my life playing StarCraft than doing anything other. What else was I doing from before I was 11 years old? Watching the Jets. Well, they actually were winning in the 90s, so that's how I fell into that trap. Yeah, that's true. When I was 9 years old, that would have been Curtis Martin set the rushing record in the NFL that year. He was the leading rusher when I was 9. Anyway, long time ago. I spent 100% of my life being Nate. There you go. That's fair. That's fair. Oh my goodness. Dust yourself off and try again. Oh my. Oh my. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi. Yeah, we take those. We take those. I've got my Star Guardian jacket on. I was super drunk one night watching Worlds like 7 years ago, and I bought this coat. It's badass. Very badass. It's got, I think it's got like Lux and Ari on the back. It's pretty dope. I wanted to air the room out and like get some of the heat from the computers out while I'm streaming. So I crack open the window, but it's like 30 degrees out. It's like -1 Celsius, sorry. For the educated out there, it's like -1, -2 Celsius out here. So like, you know, I want the window to be open for fresh air, but it also becomes really cold, but I don't want to crank the heater either. So I just put on a coat. I'm yapping. But I'm also searching for a game, so this is me stalling. Yes, we got a game, by the way. I can stop stalling now. Thank you. We got there. Wow, Nathan, way to lead that horse to water. Goddamn. Do the true hermit thing. Put your PC in the basement. No. No, down. We have an upstairs and a downstairs. Downstairs is like, downstairs we've got our living room, our kitchen, we got a bathroom, we've got like an outside storage closet and stuff, but no basement. And then upstairs we have 2 bedrooms and all the laundry stuff in the closets. So one of the bedrooms we're using, we've got all the computer stuff. I'm giving a very serious answer to your joking query, but I figured I'd give you some deets on the layout. Why not? Why not? Just in case you're like a Navy SEAL and you're gonna break in to assassinate me at some point, like now you can map it out. There you go. First door on the left. You ever just see like a really cute, you have like I put like the photo album background thing. Sometimes it just shows me a really cute picture of like our cat. It's really nice. Fair, Gummy, fair. Thank you, I appreciate that. Dang, you rich. Oh. I appreciate that. Like most millennials, 99 to 100% of our collective income goes mostly towards paying to keep the lights on so it tracks. Do you pay $5,000 in rent gassed up? That's crazy. I actually paid less when I was living in LA than here. Pacific Northwest is not cheap, but it's like, you know, happens to be one of those places that can still function, you know, without needing handouts from other states, so. I'm happy to live somewhere that can take care of itself. That part's nice. That part's nice, but yeah. Shit, everything's expensive, bro. I feel you there. $5K. Yeesh. He opened Adepts. That's kind of interesting. Your newest hobby is cooking meals at home. Look at this guy. He can afford groceries. What an asshole. Next, you're gonna tell me your grandparents didn't spend their final pennies on healthcare and you actually inherited something. You fucking psychopath. What a nutter. Although I will say, being able to find my peanut butter, that was a pretty nice, you know, mental health upgrade. That was a big one. That was a big one. I've recently discovered my love of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Crazy Richard's peanut butter. If you get a chance, try it. It's good stuff. It requires effort to consume, so if you're super lazy, you probably won't be able to do it, but it's really good. It's really good. It's really good. he's walled in. Wipe that off. Oh, he's actually got a lot of stalkers already. Oh, he shot his own guy. That helps. Popping that. Popping that. I feel like bringing them back, repairing them, expanding is not a bad move, right? By the way, what's going on with the hair today? Yo, D-Jack. Yeah, I'm working on my Leon S. Kennedy look. Okay. All right. I'm trying to learn how to use my bangs. All right. My 30s might be my bangs decade. Don't know why I was struggling to find the words there so much. It's gonna be the decade of bangs for Nathan. All right, if my hair runs out of steam and it's all gone by the time I'm 40, at least I'll have taken it for one last ride. You know what I'm saying? I think my dad's 56. He still has hair, so fingers crossed. Am I happy Leon's in RE9? Yes, definitely. Okay. Look at this. Look how brave he is. What a forward young man you are. What a forward young man. Damn. Damn. It's wild they're gonna have him suplexing nerds at 80 like he's a Marvel superhero. Well, first of all, I mean, look, is obviously not 80, all right? I think it's fair, based on their timeline, to say that he's definitely in his 50s. But if you go based on the timeline, it's 30 years after Raccoon City, and you know that Leon went there at like the age of like 20 or 21. I mean, they've retconned this a few times, but it's important to keep in mind that in the original Resident Evil 2 for the PS1, the reason why he shows up late, the reason why the whole game happens is because Leon was late because he was out drinking the night before. And then he ends up coming to Raccoon City the next evening after the city's already fallen. But that's the reason why he doesn't get there in the middle of the chaos. It's also one of the reasons, I think, why he ends up missing the military blockade. Now, it's only in Resident Evil 2 Remake that they retcon this, and that it's actually a message Leon got from the city saying, don't come. And then he's like, that's really bizarre. Why on earth would they tell me not to show up to my new job? I can just at least go in and see what's happening, right? You assume he's moving there. If you're going to be a cop in a city, you would have to... Like, clearly, Leon had a deposit on an apartment somewhere, right? Like, was his plan really to just show up and be like, hey, guys, can I live in the bunk here or something? Can I live in cell block E until I find a place? Like, you know, that's the only thing that's confusing about it to me. And I get that we didn't have the internet back in the 90s, but I feel like that makes it even more important that before he moved to a new city, he would have at least visited it once to find a place to live? Am I crazy? Like, did he, you know, how far of a drive actually was it for him to get to the city? Did he drive like an hour and a half? Does he just live in a nearby suburb? Like, you don't really know. But anyway, I've gone off trail. He was early 20s then. Resident Evil 9 is supposed to be like 30 years later or something, so he's in his 50s. But you're not wrong. I mean, I'm gonna imagine that when I'm in my 50s, I'll probably have a hard time suplexing people, you know? I don't know if I'll be able to suplex a bioweapon hard enough to make its head explode when I'm 55, but I'd like to think that I could. I'd like to think that I could. Will I have bangs like that when I'm 55? Probably not. We'll see. We'll see. See how those Pokemon cards appreciate, huh? All right, we got another game. Random. That's so random. Yeah, these queues are getting kind of nuts. We'll go to Korea next. I tried to take my sweet time on the Europe server today. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Playing some EU ladder and Korea ladder. I don't know what the matchup is, so I'm just gonna pretend that he's a Zerg player because that's easier for me to cope with. I'll scout for proxy, but I'm not gonna open gas. I don't want to deal with that. Oh, there he is. There's the Proberto. We can actually play gasless versus Protoss, but he showed up early enough. I feel like we can actually also just go straight into it. Oh, you a real freak, huh, girl? You a real freak, girl. Lol, kek XD. I didn't even think about you sending the guy out of my gas to kill his probe. That's funny. Huh. There you go, guys. I just clipped. We got another. I got another YouTube short for tomorrow. When the man thought he 500 IQ'd me with his pylon wall, but forgot that I could simply stop building my refinery to get the SCV to the other side. I wasn't even thinking about that. The only reason that this game is so trivial is because by the time any of his pylons finish, just take another look at what happened, guys. If you missed this is actually kind of important because I am going to call myself out. I often will tell you that if you go double gas and you get cannon rush, you're boned. I say that all the time. Here is a reason or a scenario where it ends up saving my ass. So because he walls it off, and my dude is just here. But you can press the pause building, and I didn't do it until I had the full thing in, and my SCVs were here. But then I was like, oh, I'm blocking it, but I can just 1v1 the probe. Like, that's the craziest. I just kill it before he even has the ability to drop a single cannon. Like, that's nuts. Thank you, Payne. Thank you. I appreciate that. Random player cannon rushing me. Well, that's... Oh, he was Masters. There you go. That guy is a European Master League player. So he's pretty decent. But that's what he does. He plays random and then he cannon rushes people. What an absolute psychopath. Falling into Resident Evil plot holes. The game has a oddly detailed lore. It has a surprisingly detailed lore. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Resident Evil 9, the one that's coming out next month, aka Requiem, is canned as a eulogy to the original games to give closure and I'm assuming tie up a bunch of loose threads. They made an online game back in 2005 called Resident Evil Outbreak for the PlayStation 2. It was ahead of its time because it was one of the first like online games that people just hosted lobbies and jumped in to do like co-op content like that, 4 players. And if you like actually died during the mission, you would turn into a zombie and you could get points for attacking your teammates. So like they had a pretty interesting game, but it ended up, you know, M-rated. You had to buy the PS2 Ethernet adapter in order to play. The servers got turned off a long time ago. And for the most part, the lore of that game was kind of cast off to the side. But perhaps most interesting was they made a reference to a journalist who supposedly played, you could play as in Resident Evil Outbreak, Alyssa Ashcroft, and she actually, her daughter is the main character now of Resident Evil 9. So basically, you're going to play as someone who survived the original and the child of somebody who survived the original, like, more or less. So it's exactly the kind of thing that you see most major franchises doing, right? Generationally, trying to get some young blood in, get some classic in there. Like most people, I thought the whole point of Raccoon City and what they did to it was that there was nothing left, but that's the whole game itself is the twist. Nobody knew, and now we're going back to Raccoon. Big Pog. If you guys can't tell, I'm obviously very excited about that game. Can't wait. I set up the auto gamma. We've got a little bit more bright, readable gameplay on stream, and it doesn't affect my gamma. And if the stream ends up getting really bright, it won't look like a flashbang either. So those are all things that I'm pretty excited about. What else? Well, that's going to make it easier for us to stream Resident Evil stuff. So I was testing quite a bit of that yesterday. In between sleeping and sleeping. Doesn't look like Mr. Barcode has anything outside my base, which is nice. Outbreak, it's got a crazy cult community. Yeah, exactly. I'm well aware, Gummy Bear, I'm well aware. Got him. I missed micro there for half a second, and he still realized how cooked he was. Beautiful. Barcode defeated. Oh, he had something on the map. 2 Hellions and 3 Reapers in a medevac. So he would have arrived at my base and seen 1 Cyclone, and maybe he could kill my Cyclone. But I think it would mostly depend on how fast I can get the Cyclone over to the SCVs, and then have the SCVs actually be the ones defending against the push. But that's not really like a guaranteed thing either. So it is what it is. Yeah, let's go next. Who knew? Yeah, who knew, Gummy Bear? Who knew? Oh, look at that. Not bad either. We're on Korea now, so that guy's, 4-3. 4-3 is not too bad for first game. It's not bad at all. I'll take it. I will take that. Yo, Znark, what's up, what's up? How are you, man? I'm good, I'm good. Wasn't that a bit too soon for him since he had a push going your way? I think probably him trying to go around the outside affected him. I think dealing with my Reaper in his base affected him a little bit. And then I believe that I sent my medevac directly to his base. So the fact that he went into Cyclone after is not bad, but like if he sends everything out there, it's not a base tradable army. Like even if it was a Liberator, I still have Cyclones I'm building defensively, so I'm not worried about it. If he had been doing like a 1-base tank drop, I would have been in more trouble. But what his build actually was more of a, what would you guys describe that as? He kind of just did like a Reaper expand, it felt like, and then he still tried to play it like it was a 1-base Reaper rush. Does that make sense? Like he played it like a 1-1-1, but I'm pretty sure he Reaper expanded. That's what, like why else would he have so few units? And also, again, how does my drop get there so much faster than he can get to my base? So his build is like very middle of the road. He wants to play macro and harass, which is the weakest style in the game, right? So if you want to macro and harass, you will always be open to counterattacks and backstabs. So that's what happens. That's what happens. But I think the number one difference between his build and my build is that I could pull a bunch of units. I could just pull my SCVs and be fine with 1 or 2 Cyclones. But pulling all of his SCVs would not do anything there because he would still be stuck regardless dealing with my... He would still be stuck dealing with the medevac. I could just pick my guys up because he has no anti-air. I wanna get closer. Yeah, now I scout you. Isn't that beautiful how it works? The cool thing is, whether you kill it with an Adept or a Stalker, that still tells me something. Definitely Cybercore first, Adept, second Chrono on the Gateway. I like this for us. I do. Almost there. I don't want to leave my base with less than 3. The micro. It's not good. Oh, we are cooked. Oh, yeah, he's got Blink too. GG. He was, I mean, he went Cybercore first, directly into Blink, I'm guessing, right? Twilight Council at 2 minutes. Yep. 2 minute Twilight. 4 gates. Robo. Yeah. We don't beat that. We don't beat that. All right, we got a Barcode Terran player.
What's going on? SCV ready. Yes, sir.
I didn't actually scout SCV-wise the last time I played this barcode. So there is a small chance that maybe he tries to proxy me because I didn't scout last time. Let us pray.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Bad news. Big job, huh? Gotcha. SCV ready. You're off.
See what we got. Boom, boom. Well, I think we're safe, so we can just chill. No point having our Reaper across the map when his arrives in our base. We don't want to deal with that if we don't have to. That's not the move.
SCV ready. I'm going. You scared me.
Not bad. Hold the door, hold door. Hey, yo, what's up, what's up? That clip's been getting some more hits lately. It's a good one. Yeah, see, he went straight for the tank this game. He went straight for the tank this time. He's not taking that chance again, boyos. He's not taking that chance again. He has no interest.
Your base is under siege.
SCV ready. Adjusting for
So what? He's just like tanked on top of this. All right, GG. I feel like I'm allowed to GG after that, right? Handsome man in jacket. Hey, what's up, baby cakes? How's it going? I think I said too the first time I beat him, right, that what he needed to do was just do a tank all in, and then he does it. So that is one of the best moves, truthfully. Oh, we got a random player. Nice. We win. Let me guess, he didn't want to play TVT? He did not. There it is, boys. There it is. Yeah, but we got a couple good clips playing on the European server. Now we're just doing some Korea. Nothing super over the top. I-700 IQ crushed a cannon rusher. We did some mass battle cruiser. I beat a guy that tried to use Hydra Infester. We had some decent matchups. I think TVP's been the tough one, right? Usually is. Well, think about it this way. We're against the same random player, but we know that he'll auto-leave if it's TVT. If it's a mirror matchup, he won't play it. So if he doesn't leave this game, that tells us that he's Zerg or Protoss. So now it's just a 50-50 instead of 33, 33, 33 repeating. Of course, the last time I played a random player, they got Protoss and they cannon rushed me. So I feel that what I'm going to do this game is probably just try not to die to that. So I'm just gonna still do my build. If he's a Zerg, we'll one base him. YOLO. 420, blaze it. That's what I think. Let's roll the dice. Let's spin the wheel at the Diamond Casino. Anything but 1500 RP. Anything but 1500 RP. Anything but 1500 RP. I hope your visit was good, Katie. It's also nice because when I switch to Korea, I get a lot less lag. It's probably my favorite thing. That's probably my favorite. Says the man who wins most of the stadium cars. I do, but you know, it can never be enough. Like Hugh Jackman once said in The Greatest Showman, it could never be enough. And I know what you're thinking. He didn't say that. That lady did at the midpoint of the movie when the drama is introduced, and I say to you, she said it for him. Oh, see, there you go. He is Zerg. So we're just gonna ghost pepper cheese him. YOLO. We show no fear. Oh. Didn't mean to control click there. He's also going straight for speed, which is good to know. Oh, I already have my second one. What am I doing? Beautiful. Beautiful. So we'll just get Blue Flame, and we'll build 3 Cyclones, and then we'll go into Hellions, and just hope that that with the SCV pull is enough. But he's going for the 3rd base, so... Someone else sang that song for the actress? Huh. I didn't even know that. Now Hugh Jackman's rendition of A Million Dreams. Oh. Wake me up inside, can't wake up. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, brah? He's gonna need a lot of lings. He's gonna need a lot of Danelings. He's gonna need JG Wentworth. 877 cash now. Just barely can't afford one more Cyclone. But you know what? Fuck it. Let's go. Let's go. Cyclones maybe not as powerful as they could or should be, but that's fine. Terms and conditions, etc., etc., etc. Ravagers and the Lings too. Bruh. Alright, GG. I think he's got us there. Hey, the nice thing is, no matter how many times we rematch this guy, he's going to give us free wins 33% of the time because he won't play TBT. And then he'll get Protoss eventually, right? If we do the same build every single time we play him, he'll eventually beat Protoss, so... Yeah, look at how defensive he was. Super, super turtly. It's bad luck for us. We are searching for another game. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Happy Tuesday. This queue is taking a while. Just gonna run downstairs and grab a beverage real quick. The fastest way to make sure I find a game. Look at that, I made it back. We're good. Now, technically, people should be getting on over time, since I think it's still early over there. And it's also New Year's Eve, right? It's New Year's Eve in Seoul. So I don't know how many people are waking up and hopping on the StarCraft ladder today. But if we don't get any games for like a while, we can always do something else. I'll restart the queue in a minute. I'm just going to use the restroom. This is as good a time as any to take a break. Go get yourself a water. I will be right back. But see, we have break clips now again, so it's not like there's nothing when Nathan steps away. What clip is this one? This is Banshees? Okay. I missed that one as I sat down here. What's this next one? It's showing now playing the Terran file, oh, the music file thingy, huh? That's hilarious. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that was displaying. This is just for the Brood War music. How funny. Let's move it off screen. Goodbye. Goodbye forever. And now playing Terran SC2-05.mp3. Yeesh. Oh, this was a nuke. This was a nuke clip. Oh, yeah. That never gets old. Do you guys ever get bored of watching drones get barbecued? You know, I don't actually have that break screen thing set up on the shorts yet, because it's a completely different thing I have to do to change the scene on the vertical. But trust me, guys, we were looking at cool stuff. It's enough for me to just say that, right? I think so. All right, and I can keep those up on the side, but I feel like you guys are getting anxious because it's been a while since we got a game. I know what you're thinking. You're like, man, play a game. And I'm like, game, give me a game. All right, sit tight. We'll get into one soon. You know, feel free to throw out any burning questions. There we go. barcode Zerg. Delicious. Delicious. Damn! Mother... well, that's what I get. You think that's the barcode Zerg I clapped the other 2 days?
The quest for glory begins.
Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, we did get another match. It's a barcode Terran. Somebody's like, Nathan, I need you to talk. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I could probably. The beginning of the game is definitely the time to speak. So here we are. We've got a barcode TBT. I didn't really scout early enough to detect a proxy, but I'm just gonna at least scout my pocket base. Seems safe. Seems kosher. Seems good. Think we're okay. But I didn't know that. I didn't know that they had another singer for Greatest Showman. That's fascinating. Do you think this is the same barcode that I beat, and then he beat me with the tank all in? Do you think this is the same guy? There's not that many people on, so feels like a decent chance. I don't even feel like I did that much wrong last time I played him. The fight kind of went shit, but if I just control better, I think my Cyclones kill the tanks pretty easily too. So it's like on one hand, it's like, it might be that guy. On the other hand, I think if I was in the same situation and there was no lag, I'd probably get it pretty easily. But at the very least, I have multiple opportunities in this hypothetical scenario because I'm rematching him. So maybe getting a few attempts is the secret. Might be all I need. Just one or two more opportunities. Technically, we are 1-1 against this guy. So whoever wins this game is gonna take the lead in the series against the other one. It's very, very important to keep in mind. Yeah, Adrian, I did. But this is what I mean. Like, hypothetically, if this was the same guy, we would just run into him here again, right? Or I guess his medevac would take a different trajectory based on... Yeah, the evac might go a completely different direction just because of the map.
2.0 ready to go.
But I feel like he wants to kill us, which means he wants to get to the front, too, so... StarCraft is a tough game. Makes sense, cool, thanks. Yeah, audio balancing's been a big thing that I've been working on. I raised the compression a little bit so that I could boost the floor without sending it into peaking a bunch, more or less. Trying to get the more full range of the voice to stay within a certain decibel amount, so I've been doing so much editing of my VODs and clips that, like, it's not even just Nathan being an idiot like it used to be. I'm, like, actually watching my own videos quite a bit now. Quite a bit more than I normally used to. I no longer hate watching my own content, so hey, high five, guys, right? High five. When I was doing the balance winding and all of that crap just to keep the ragers' attention, my stomach got sick at the idea of watching my own shit, you know? It was popular, but oh my god, I hated it so much. But I can actually watch my VOD without cringing to death, and that's nice. It's a big improvement for Nathan. It really is. Yeah, that's fine. It's just his third base. But yeah, the audio, man. There's a lot we can do with that.
Add-ons finished. Command center's got some new toys.
Good boy. It's becoming self-aware.
Find out some of the minerals.
I don't want to put the turret too far out there because I need zoning space so that I can use my battle cruisers this game. He knows. So I need zoning space. And to be fair, I'm not going to do that thing where I normally ask you guys for feedback on the audio changes I made because I'm going to rewatch this VOD. So I just sat out on the porch with Lewis on Sunday watching some of the Jets game. Horrible game. And I just had the app open. So like when you watch your own videos, it's not that hard to take the little clips out. So we just sat outside. It was like, again, -1 Celsius. And Lou was great. You know, he's a golden retriever. He has a fur coat built in. Great for him.
Upgrade ready. Find out a mineral. Good thing you got. Research is ready.
But it was freezing. It was freezing. But I was like, I'm going to go sit out here and I'm going to clip at least like 5. I think I got 5 shorts out of the stream I did on Saturday. Or whatever my last one was. And those all did pretty well. Pretty well. I posted my first ever video piece that was not about a video game. So that was kind of nice. Just riffing about a movie. Just kind of just putting that out there. Just warming myself up to share more of my incredible takes with the universe. As one does. Now see, he is switching into bio, so that's kind of... Did I just cue something I don't want? Yeah, I did. There we go. Wow, he's kind of just letting me get away with everything here, and I don't know how to handle that. If the fact that I have both of these bases, there's just no reason for me to do anything. Like I am literally getting away with such a greedy play right now that I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to like move out on the map and ruin it, you know? We got such a good thing going. Look at this. Look at bro. He's already got doors and shit. He's crazy. Look at him. Look at bro. All I have to do is not engage the Thor. Like, that's basically it.
SCVs are under attack.
Take the trade. If you gotta trade, trade. Take it though. Don't just let him poke you down from afar. That's a bad trade. Now see, this is where it gets a little nuts, because obviously, as I said a few times, I've been pretty greedy here, so... My actual resource amount was kind of based on those expansions that I had stolen, as I mentioned. So the fact that I don't have the ninja base anymore, that does change things. I'm in a little bit more pressure. A little bit more pressure. It's not exactly hopeless. I should probably don't build that BC. Get 3-3. Get 3-3. That's not so bad. I mean, he feeds us multiple armies, right? He feeds us like several armies of supplies, so I can't... Could be so much worse. There we go. +3 is on the way now. Alright, 2-on-2 is better there, right? What do you say, Chris? A bit of 2 on 2? He got my barracks. He sunk my battleship. Hey, did you get little Groot? You know my wife got me little Groot. My wife got me Groot for Christmas. My wife got me baby Groot. And then we immediately went, played a game of Fortnite, and we got a victory royale. It was incredible. It was amazing. True story. We played a game of Squid Game, and I thought it was bugged because I couldn't find it, but it was because 7 other people had surrounded it, and we're all high-fiving and petting it. But then again, I'm a bit of a diva, so I was waiting for that. He definitely carried us. Says my wife, who on average has to revive me 2 to 3 times. 2 to 3 times per. Is this live? He's got a mute icon. Does that mean he can't hear me if I tell him it is live? Is this damn if you do, damn if you dug, dim a don't? It's okay. Doesn't even go to our school. Watch him like do the most fancy over the top micro here. Oh, yeah. Should see what's playing. Should see what's playing at the Regal. Oh, armory? Yeah, I'll take that. Nothing's playing at the Regal. Not paying $40 to go watch slightly lower saturated version of Blue People. Why do they keep lowering the saturation of the colors on the cover every year, guys? Well, the truth is out there. The whole movie was about their blue. Now they're ashamed of it. Now they're going to war. I'm not about it. Not about it. Stop trying to make Avatar happen. Avatar's never gonna happen. I've got so many battle cruisers. This never happens. All right, I sent 7 one way, and I'm gonna send 8 the other. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh. You just saw Anaconda? Is that a joke about the movie having a ton of ads in it? You know, I am exactly the kind of dipshit that has made memes and jokes about Anaconda since I first watched it as a young boy. But I have to admit, even I feel like I'm being overly pandered to. I can't believe I'm gonna say it, but I'm gonna wait for that one. I'm gonna wait for that one to be on my special website. It's giving a little bit of like Jurassic World. Everything is about Doritos, but I'm hoping it's good. I'm hoping to hear from everybody else that it's good. There you go. That's the way you say that. He doesn't really have much left for me to destroy, huh? Oh, hell yeah. Not bad. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Well, you know the other thing too, though, at one point it was too loud. So I was adjusting the levels a little bit in too many different places. So I just reset it on OBS. Let me know if that sounds a little bit better. I just gave it back a little bit of juice, but what else did he have? Let's see. Upgrades 2-2, 1-1-1. He tried to make a bunch of Thors in his natural. Nothing crazy. Well, let me see, because what I don't want to do is crank up. I don't want to crank the floor too much here. So let me just try dialing back the compressor a little bit. I don't have it set very aggressively, but is that? Oh my God! I moved it 5. It sounds a lot louder to me. That's kind of, yeah. Now it doesn't even sound at all like I had it. I wonder if those settings stuck. I wonder if those stick correctly. I have to look into that. It probably just got a lot louder, right? That's interesting. Okay. Actually, the settings I had it on might have been completely fine after all. It hasn't reset like that on me in a little bit. Okay, that's good to know. Well, it should be better for the rest of the day. There you go. This actually, yeah, I did something. I think. Anyway, let's go next. I actually lowered the gain too. So something with I think maybe the automatic compressor setting there. For some reason, it was set a lot stronger than I actually had it set. Sorry about that. I went to go lower it, and as soon as I touched any of the settings on it, it immediately was fixed. So real men of genius. Real men of genius. Okay, what did he do? Depot, Rax, gas, reactor. Yeah, see, Reaper expand. Basically like a Reaper expand, you know what I mean? Turn one dial and the rest move with it? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think I wanted it to get back to being this loud either, so I can probably just a teeny bit. Yeah, maybe that's better. Trying to do a little bit of the peak reduction. I don't know what I had it at. This feels maybe a little bit better. Okay, we'll try that. I just took it down a little bit, but it shouldn't be too much. I don't want to mess with it too much while we're live because I'm going to have to go through all of it in the VOD anyway. We are searching for another game, by the way, just so you guys know. Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Real man of genius. You flipped a beer can upside down and turned it into a rocket to save the day. Real man of genius. Grandmaster Korea, ladies and gentlemen. Literally playing against a Korean Grandmaster as we speak. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We're 4.3. That doesn't mean anything, though. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, I will give a cookie to anybody who can tell me an easy way to make it look like your MMR is lower than it actually is, but still maintain your very high league border. Ladies and gentlemen, if this Zerg player's MMR is real, it means that he either tanked all of it today because he would get demoted, right? They do demotions every day, so that doesn't work. But there is a way to do it. He's a Korean Grandmaster. But here's a tip. Here's a hint. He may not actually be a Zerg player. Does that help? Also, there's another reason. There's two ways. Only one of them is his profile not lining up with the MMR. But the second way, I'll give you the free space. The free space is there's not that many people queuing right now. There's not that many people queuing. It's possible that the entry to Grandmaster is that low because of the player population. A lot of people think 4,000 MMR today means what it did 10 years ago, which is categorically false. The value of MMR is directly correlated to the number of players within the system that the MMR is separating from one another. So it may just be that that's bottom GM if you're active enough to meet the activity requirement. There may simply not be that many high-level players playing on the server. Or I gave you guys enough time. Nobody got it, by the way. Nobody got the answer. Nobody got the answer. But the reason why a player with much lower MMR could get matched against you, even though their portrait makes it seem impossible, is if it's not their main race. That's a pretty easy way to do it. If I Nathanias, if I go on NA and log into my Grandmaster account and I queue as Protoss, people are gonna see the Grandmaster border. If my Protoss is unranked, they're gonna see my Terran Grandmaster border around my portrait. So that's how. That's the answer. So he's probably not a Grandmaster with Zerg. He's probably not. He's probably Grandmaster with Terran or Protoss. That's all. He's just probably a GM Toss or Terran. But you should also keep in mind that the MMR is different across servers as well. If you're one of the privileged people who gets to live in Europe, then you should know that your server has a lot more high-level players. In Europe, in Europe, being a pro gamer who doesn't make a ton of money does not doom you. So people can actually pursue their passions and be pro gamers over there. They have a lot more people who play at a high MMR than either NA or Korea. So, again, 4,000 MMR on Europe is probably not even close to 4,000 MMR on Korea, just based on the difference in the player count. So I all of this to say, I really have no idea. The peak for Korea right now could be like 6K for all I know. But Europe is the only region with enough players that to actually have a sort of wide MMR range. But that's mostly because only Europe has players that are good enough to differentiate themselves to that degree usually too, so. There'd be a lot less players at 6K MMR if Cyril wasn't good enough to, you know what I mean, separate himself to that degree, because then the top changes. But the top of the MMR range is set by the fact that there's a guy who is so good that he distances himself to the point where he himself is a stimulus package by literally losing any game to any high-level player. He gives them the ability to win way more MMR than they'd ever be able to get from beating each other. You know what I'm saying? You getting some leg, Olex? Sorry to hear that, bro. We're about 3 hours in. You're the first person to say the stream lagged, so I got bad news. Oh, is that what you guys think it is, huh? The audio engine might have crashed, and that's why it got super quiet. And then I turned it back on, and now it's giving a little bit of Jimmy Jams there, huh? There you go. I closed a few programs. Tell me if that fixes it all magically. It's okay to tell me it's falling apart and do a dumpster fire. We can always end the stream. I think I got enough highlights from today, so I'm not really worried about it. All right, don't feel any pressure. Don't feel any stress. Okay, I do have the eBay on the way, so that's good. Yo, Carlino. Good day, Nate. Good day, good day. What's up, what's up?
Find out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those, right?
Yes, Commander.
Oh, he's got Hydras. It's nice. Nice. Sniped a Baneling. Oh no! Close. Close. We almost got there. It was, you know, flew too close to the sun, something, something, etc. May as well take the tumors. Nate, can you diagnose my internet issues while also streaming? And please don't lose any games. Okay. Got you. Got you, King. Whoa. Yeah, I didn't build the PF down there fast enough. That was kind of the issue, right? But now I have to be a little more forceful because he's gonna... I feel like he has to try again, right? He like has to come down and throw everything he has at this.
Find out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those, right? Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
Well, see, that's the nice part, right? Because he didn't actually get anything there, so... Not too shabby. We can see that he's building corruptors, though. That's good to know. Thankfully, I have a lot of command centers. just gonna have to go for it. The idea of doing it this way is just to avoid him seeing me. We always assume people are playing fair. I feel like we got a good little jab on him. He's got a lot. He has got a lot of corruptors. Oof. Already beat Mass BC as Terran. Just got to out micro them, right? Use Vikings. Vikings upgrades. Alright, that's the move. Try and create a little opportunity. Try to create a little opportunity if we can. Oh, that's brutal though. Yeah, he's just waiting out there for it, huh? Is he gonna jump on the other one? If he's just chilling outside my base like that, waiting to dive, there's not a lot I can do. Because that's definitely the best way to play against this. Alright, he's just going for the base. That's fine. He's gonna make it tough. He's gonna make it tough. I'm gonna need him to fly like all of his corruptors into mines. He still doesn't really have upgrades on them, which is nice. Free base kill, it's also nice. This is it. It wasn't enough. I tried, boys. GG. I tried. No, he actually Grandmaster Zerg. Look at that. Yeah, that's just the MMR range. That's just the MMR range for Korea. If you guys normally are used to watching players like Cyril and stuff on Europe, the thing is, Cyril is actually so much better than every other European player that's the reason why their range is so wide. But there's just a lot less people who play on this server. So you can see that they went through relegation and there's 15 spots open. But that's where it ends. There are significantly less people who play at the pro level on this server than the European server. So that's why you guys might get confused when you see like the MMR stuff, because it doesn't really mean the same thing in every place. So ooh. Oh my god. Buffalo Wild Wings sent Katie a Wrapped. Oh, I can't wait to see what our stats for 2025 were. That map is just awful. That's the hardest map, I think, to play TVZ. I don't have anything else to say. Both third bases are so extended. It's so difficult to actually try and get either one of those set up so you can take your fourth base. Yeah. That's my takeaway there. The takeaway is I should have done a 2-base all in. And every time that I play that map and I don't 2-base all in, I'm being a big dum-dum. Because that's got to be one of the best maps they've ever made for Zerg. It is a really good Zerg map. A good Terran map and Protoss are the same. You want the third base. You want the third base to be as close to the natural and the main as possible. But Zerg don't really care how far out the bases are. So maps like that where you have those big ones that are open right in the middle and stuff, like those are always going to be tough. But I struggle with the same thing every time I play that map, which is how the fuck am I supposed to get between my third and my fourth base, right? Yeah, I'm curious if it'll have some information about our trivia results this year. She forwarded me the email, so I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up in a jiffy here. You think it might be better to take the middle base for your fourth on that map? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Still the same problem. It's still very far. If you compare this map, look at the distance between the third and the fourth on this map, and it's non-existent. Like, this is it, right? You know what I mean? This map is a million times better for Terran. That's all I'm trying to tell you. I'm not vetoing the map, but I'm saying this out loud in the hopes that some future version of myself will queue up on that map and think, Nathan, this is the map to go 2-base all in. And maybe I'll do it then. Maybe I'll do it then. Look at that. Look how fast that Twilight Council is. Big boy knows what he wants. Let's see. I ate 126 wings this year. Our favorite sauce was spicy garlic. And our favorite item to order was the garden side salad. It got our favorite location wrong, unless Katie is sharing her Buffalo Wild Wings account with someone, but I feel like the stats here are accurate. Yeah, it says we've been going to one in Florida 32 times this year, which is incredible. If I went to a Miami Buffalo Wild Wings 32 times this year, that'd be pretty insane. Nate, why don't you use the barracks to make the second tech lab? The reason I don't do that is because I need to get the barracks across the map. And usually it's not there on time when I do this cheese. It's just usually not there on time when I do this cheese. That's all. If I don't immediately fly the barracks after making the first tech lab, usually it doesn't get there on time. You're going to notice that I flew this barracks straight across, and it's arriving at his base right as my army is approaching and my upgrade is finishing. So, either that makes it clear, or nothing I say will probably make it clear. Yeah, this guy did like the best possible thing he could have done, right? He went, what, 2-minute Twilight Council? Just chrono blink, nothing but stalkers. The nice thing is, it doesn't matter what build I do, everything dies to that, so I don't have to worry. That's pretty much the easiest and best build for Protoss. Yeah, I don't think anybody argued against that. Yeah, four gate Blink Stalker beats everything. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's very, very good. You're agreeing with me? Okay, you're just yapping. You're just yapping about Protoss. That's okay. I get that. I do the same thing. You just venting? Yeah, it's all good. It's not exactly a hot take. Everybody knows Protoss go blink every game, or they do like 1 of 7 cheeses. That's why I cheese every game. I just cheese every single game versus Protoss because it's easier than trying to expand and guessing what they're proxying. One of the best battlecruiser macro players going cheese with Cyclones and the boys is wild. It's true though. There's no easy way to take a third versus Protoss without... Actually, even bio players don't take thirds versus Protoss these days. I feel like it's honestly such a negative and toxic discussion. I do everything I can to avoid talking about TVP because the matchup is just kind of bullshit. Like, if I play versus anybody who doesn't try to rush Blink Stalkers and kill me, usually I can play a really good game. But, like, if the Protoss wants to kill you, like, if they want the game to be over within the first 10 minutes, it will always be over within the first 10 minutes. So, you know, the boomers who watch StarCraft, they've got it good enough that they think that it's all about effort and hard work, and if you just suffer enough, you'll figure out a way to win against Protoss. But I already know how to win against Protoss, right? I could just copy the pros. And what do? They pull their SCVs on 2 bases. So, I'm just pulling mine on 1. Does that make sense? Just save us both a few minutes, that's all. If they ever make a patch so that, like, Terrans can get a 3rd base in TVP without instantly dying, I'll macro every game. But it's not fun building 3 orbital commands and then having a guy blink in 10 stalkers at 5 minutes, so. The only thing that can counter that is rushing like siege tanks. I don't build tanks. We don't do that. Did you guys hear about this, though? You guys want to hear something positive about StarCraft? All right, I got something nice to say. So, pretty cool. As you guys may have heard, the big update to the game in October also coincided with StarCraft getting reactivated in China. So, the Chinese server was brought back up, and we didn't just get this patch. They also released the Chinese client of StarCraft 2. But they're running a major offline event. So, that's pretty nice. So they're in China, major offline event for January 17th and 18th, which is pretty cool. So we're already getting more StarCraft events again. I mean, the Chinese scene might carry us on their backs. They had some pretty significant investment. Some of the players and the organizers that we used to talk to, the guys who ran the teams and stuff, they're like crazy serious about what they do there. So the fact that StarCraft basically didn't exist there in a while is tough. Is that just Chinese pros? No, they're actually, what I'm seeing in the announcement is that it's actually on the official Blizzard Chinese website too. But it looks like they're going to have MMA and innovation. And I don't know who are all the named players. Let's see. The event will be held at the Hangzhou Esports Center in the Zhejiang province. There are 2 groups of players. So they've got current pros. They've got time to warm up your caster voice. Yeah, we'll see if I can get the replays. That'd be nice if they give those out. Clem, Cure, Maru, Raynor, Solar, Classic, Hero, Serral. So you're basically getting the 8 of the best StarCraft 2 players that are currently playing the game, right? I don't think any of those guys really qualify as super retired. What's this matchup? It's Barcode Terran. Sorry, I've got my phone out, so my build's gonna be a little sloppy. And then the other 8 players are Oliveira, MMA, DRG, Sue, SOS, Scarlet, and Innovation. So the exact format is not announced yet. The total prize pool is 350,000 Chinese yen, around $50,000 USD. So $50,000 StarCraft tournament in China, which is pretty nice. He gave himself a go-go. Kids who want attention, am I right? Sometimes they just throw shit at the wall just to get you to look at them. I should probably know this, but Nate, how come you don't cast pro replays, or do you and I don't realize it? I do and you don't realize it. Long-form content just isn't really the thing these days, especially with how small the StarCraft audience is. It's a lot easier for me to reach people with my shorts stuff. I do occasionally still post full videos on my YouTube, but compared to anything else I make, no one watches them. So it's more of like a for me thing, I guess. But yeah. It's hard because the place that I would prefer to get replays from would be like major tournaments and stuff, but those don't really happen. So there's only like 1 or 2 events a year. So it's like I could try and cast all the same RSL replays that everybody else has already cast. But yeah, now if you want to know, how about this? I'm going to ask a different question, and I think you'll prefer the answer to the question I'm about to ask myself. Nathan, do you have any idea when you might do another cast of a pro game or replay or something? Oh, yeah. Actually, I'm going to wait for the next tournament to happen so I can try to get it a little more fresh, because the only stuff I have access to right now is really old stuff. So, that's all. Yeah, I just did a little tester. I actually recorded a second cast. I just didn't put it up because the views for the first one were really bad, and I don't want to mess with the algorithm. Most of my shorts do at least 3,000 now. Several have done over 10K this month, and I never got over 5K until November. So those are all doing really, really, really well. So I'm not going to upload content that people don't engage with because it's bad. It's bad for me, so if you see me post something and you like it, you should interact with it and like it and upvote it, and that's the only way you're going to make sure I do more of it. Because I just look at the numbers. I don't sit here trying to talk out my ass about things I don't understand. I just look at the numbers. People like the shorts, I do the shorts. I got a crazy custom overlay I put together to show all my info on the shorts. If you want to watch me stream SC2 or just my highlights on your phone, you can see the supply, you can see the game clock, you can see the resources. It's pretty nice. You can see the entire mini-map. I have the whole thing very nicely condensed. People engage very well with it. People engage really well with it. So I'm very, very happy. Right now, my number one thing is actually just, it's really nice because it takes the pressure off of streaming. It takes the pressure off of live streaming. It doesn't matter how many games I lose today. I just need to get like 3 to 5 clippable moments that are really cool, you know? So all I have to do is just try to have fun and do dumb shit. So you'll notice I don't post any YouTube shorts of me answering guy in chat asking me why I'm trying to have fun and not worried about number. I don't post those clips. Or the games I lose either, unless it's funny. So it's pretty nice. Damn. Well, he waited on his scan. He waited on that one. He waited on that one. Look at this psychopath. Look at him go. Look at him go. He's beautiful. He's beautiful. GG. Look at that guy. 4.8.5K. This guy's a Grandmaster Terran, rank 94. I literally play against top level players on both servers. We played European GMs earlier. We're playing Korean GMs now. It's nice. It's very nice. Did a sub on your YouTube channel so I won't miss the cast. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, I wouldn't like, if you're asking me if I'm going to like cast games on Twitch, I don't really see a reason. I'm not really relevant. Like I don't really exist in the StarCraft space. Nobody talks to me. I don't get invited to that kind of stuff. I talk to the casters, like they've tried to get me in on stuff, but it just isn't going to happen. So the only thing I could cast on my Twitch stream would be replays, and everybody would just bitch if I did that. So people don't complain if you cast replays on YouTube. So that's kind of the direction I'm going to go with that. But the best thing to do with the Twitch, since this, you know, I don't really know if I can do much with this platform. Like it's probably just going to be what it is right now forever and not really do much better, you know, unless big things change in some way. But I'm getting a lot of growth on YouTube. So this entire platform is just to facilitate sending quality stuff over there since it gets a lot more hits. But that's about it. Who is the best pro player that you have beaten? I'd say the three pro players that I have named pro players that I've beaten on ladder. I mean, maybe I've beaten one of them on a barcode, but the three that I've beaten were Hydra. I beat Hydra when he was playing in NA, and I beat him with a siege tank. I beat him with a tank-evac rush. I used to do a one-base tank-evac rush for that super short map. The one with the bridge, like, directly between your naturals. I think it was, like, Arena. But I played a game against Hydra on Arena. And he one-base Ravager rushed me, and I one-base Siege Tank rushed him, and I won. That was probably one of the most exhilarating dubs that I've gotten. So the tournament seems mostly just warty cups. Yeah, exactly. So that's not the kind of thing I really get asked to do. Aside from the massive time commitment that stuff turns into, because he's He's live there for like 6 or 8 hours a day, which is crazy. But he's doing very well, so I totally get it. He's not, you know, he's not looking to cut other people into that. Why would he? Yeah, but I do a lot of stuff on YouTube now. I put like the majority of my effort into the YouTube. Because like on Twitch, all you can really do is just ladder, you know? So I'm just fucked because I'm limited to like the 10 people that are ever playing this game at a time. So I gotta go out and highlight farm. Nathan spends hours panning rivers that other people have already been panning for centuries now, just to try and bring you the tiny crumbs of SC2 highlights I can get. Another Grandmaster. Yeah, see? It's a Terran barcode Grandmaster. So this is probably the same guy, right? It's probably the same dude. This guy's top 100 on Korea. But it is New Year's Eve over there, so I'm guessing a lot less people are playing. Do you think he's a different guy, Nick? You think he's a different guy? It's a different barcode Grandmaster Terran. I see. I will keep my head on a swivel. Yeah, I want to have the dopest millennial friendly Twitch stream and just crank out StarCraft 2 highlights until they turn off the servers. The only thing that could really make the stream more interesting is them updating the game, which, to be fair, was the big source of my misery the last few years because we didn't have Blizzard, right? So, but Blizzard updated the game in October. The Chinese scene is alive and well. They're using the official Blizzard Chinese page to post about an event that's going to pay out 50 grand to people playing StarCraft. Pretty incredible. If you ask me, those are all bullish signals. Those are all bullish things to me. So I'm definitely looking forward to that because I think that that's also a part of what will get us more updates to the game in the future. I think the things that we want are related to the things that are happening. If that makes sense. So we'll probably get another update for SC2 next year, if for no reason other than the fact that Chinese tournament organizers still want to do stuff. Because the thing you guys need to really, really think about here, the most important thing about this is it means that there's actually somebody with a fucking production company, there's somebody with access to a venue, there's someone with enough budget to put this on that cares enough to do it. And even though you guys think Microsoft doesn't give a shit or whatever, maybe Blizzard NA is just a bunch of idiots, but I'll tell you this, if the Chinese people in Blizzard want to run StarCraft forever, they will. So that might be what ends up saving StarCraft. I would rather have Blizzard China run all of our events than be owned. So enough people begging EWC on Twitter every day, please announce this as your last game 2 minutes before the event starts like last year. We'll be good boys and girls. Meanwhile, Blizzard China just drops its big fat fucking dong on the table. Here you go, guys. Here's 50 grand to start the year. There you go. StarCraft 2's not dead. That's nice. Those are the people that'll get the game updated. But the biggest problem with esports in general and all of that, you know, everything got consolidated. Everything got consolidated. So anybody who exists outside that sphere of influence, I am extremely, extremely happy to see. there were quite a few team coaches and player staff organizers and whatnot that we met at those events. I've only ever heard that there is a tremendous passion for StarCraft in China. So when they used to tell us the player numbers, pretty sure China was always the biggest region too. I think like a million of the monthly CCUs was just China alone. Anything outside my base this game? He said he was a different guy, so I'm like, it's not going to be a Marauder Cyclone push waiting. Oh. What the hell? You were wrong. You were wrong. It is the same guy. It is same guy. Oh, no. That's fine. Sometimes it'd be like that. If I'm playing against Korean GMs, guys, I'm not gonna go Super Saiyan 3 try hard here. This guy is toying with me like I'm his food. I'm his snack pack. I'm just gonna try and get to battle cruisers as fast as I can. Is he memeing? I have a feeling he's memeing. Yeah, Stormgate, those guys, I have no idea why they didn't just focus on co-op as their main thing. It was the only thing that could make recurring revenue. It's kind of obvious. That's all I have to say. I can't believe they abandoned the co-op mode. Oh, there he is. He's got his next big push. It's a lot of Marauders. Yeah, I wish they had at least tried to get the co-op updated a bit. Shame. I did like playing it. I did like playing it. But if 1v1 was the only mode they ever updated or made in StarCraft 2, honestly, I probably would have quit the game a long time ago. Those customs and the co-op missions are such a big part of what I love about StarCraft 2. Such a big part of what makes the game so replayable, you know? So easy to sink time into. It's a big deal. GG. Did he proxy anything? Nah. He just rush out Marauders. I mean, this guy's Korean GM, so. Yeah, look at that. It is the same guy. It was the same guy, for sure. I mean, even if they felt like they had no capacity to get out anything fun other than their campaign, they should have just put a queue for, like, Big Game Hunters ripoff map, you know? But then I guess their game probably couldn't support that performance-wise, so fuck me. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Used to enjoy playing on the risk maps. Yeah, Diplomacy was one of my favorite custom games in Brood War. Diplomacy was really, really good. I used to play so much Diplo. In Brood War. So sick. Taking a big one for you? Hell yeah. Yeah, you hitting blinker checkpoint, Carlino? All right, we got a barcode Zerg. I think this guy quit against me instantly last time we... Yeah, there it is. I was going to say, I don't think he's going to play with us. We have hit 4 hours on the stream, so I can stop whenever I want now. If you guys get super bored, just let me know. If you feel I'm entertaining you at all, I'm going to try to keep going forward here and play a couple more games. The ceiling, I wanna dance on the roof, you and me alone. My average for ranked this season is 565 APM. So it's not bad. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. You guys can look at the highlights while we're searching for a game. Thanks for chilling. Appreciate it. Aren't most pros around like 300-ish? Well, APM is a kind of meaningless stat in modern StarCraft. I know that's really hard to hear if you're over the age of 40, but it's sadly true. APM is one of the most easy to manipulate things. You don't even need rapid fire if you want to spike it up really high. Just lower your repeat delay on your keyboards. When you hold a key down, it triggers faster. It's actually useful for building things very quickly. Issuing the same command multiple times. Typing things like, you know? I think we got the same guy. So I'm just gonna try to play better. Try to play better. This might be the only guy on Korea right now, so... When you guys get bored of watching me get Marauder Cyclone to death, and I see the Twitch count drop below 100, I'll wrap up the stream, alright? As long as you guys want to suffer with me here, I will play this guy as many times as you want. Deal? Deal. Let me know if you have any requests. We don't play, no Stairway to Heaven allowed, though. Yeah, I feel like we didn't actually play that many, like, draining games, so I'm not that tired, and I'm a little more well-rested than usual. But I will say, I think since we switched to Korea today, and it's like New Year's Eve at noon over there right now, I've made comments about there not being a lot of people on, but this is like next level, right? So here we are. Here we are. Tomorrow will probably be better. Maybe it'll even be worse. Who knows? It's the holidays. It's just the way it goes. It's just the way it goes. Every time I send my Reaper out of my base, he is right there to jump in. So I just gotta chill. Oh, there it is. Oh! The old 2 racks. The old 2 racks Reaper. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep playing this guy. He's done matching against me now. Now he's breaking out the Reapers. Yeah, 3 racks. You're too high level, Nate. That's what I mean, though. Like, you don't think my MMR is that high because you don't understand how math works, but I'm only 200 M away. I'm only 200 MMR away from Korean GM. And I literally already can't find anybody to play with. So, you know, my choices are Smurf or just keep queuing and hope I run into someone other than this guy. Not too worried about it. Oh, there you go. Look at that, 690. Beautiful. I'm certainly not going to feel upset that I'm losing to Korean GMs. That's as good as it gets. Might as well sign up for one of Wordy's Cups. I've heard that, but the problem is TVP, right? I'm gonna lose to any Protoss I hit. So. But my MMR is only 200 away from the range that would qualify me for being in Grandmaster on the Korean server. So, very limited number of people I'm going to run into on New Year's Eve. Very limited number. You guys are adorable. You know how hard it is to let people down in these online parasocial relationships where they're like, Nathan, you actually could win games in a tournament, and I'm like, man, sometimes people have way too much faith in me. These guys will tune into my stream, watch me get my cleeps chacked by every Protoss I play for 5 hours straight. They'll listen to me say insane things like, guys, I'm okay with cheesing every TVP as long as I get some games against a Zerg or a Terran. And then they'll be like, no, Nathan. Actually, when you queue into the round of 32 of this online cup and play against 15 different Protoss players, you're totally going to suddenly turn around your worst matchup and have fun. Nathan, please take an acid bath, Nathan. Please, Daddy. Nathan, Daddy, please. Well, no, you see, Nathan, because if you really stress yourself out and you play this game and you try super hard and lose to some random Protoss, you'll be able to upload to YouTube a clip of the 3-minute game you play in the first round before you die, and that will blow up your stream, and you'll make so much money. Yeah, I'm sure. That's the secret, guys. I just need to start posting 4-minute losses of pro TVPs I play in weekly cups. That's the secret right there. You got any other ideas? I'm writing them down. Oh, we got the barcode Zerg, but he didn't quit this time. That's nice. He didn't auto quit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This could be the closest thing to a real game we play in the last 2 hours. This could be. It could be. How exciting. I'm going to SCV scout and expand at the same time. You could go beat Roddy up in Mechabellum. So you think I should quit playing StarCraft? That's interesting. It's interesting that that's your suggestion. I'll make a note of that as well. The last time I tried to play Mechabellum, it said when I went to play 1v1s, it tells you how many people are queuing. And it said there was like less than 20. So, thank you, but no thank you. I'm good. Game was fun, but I don't know if there's enough people for there to be like the strategical variety that would need to exist. I did like playing it because it was like low in terms of the input demand. But when I wanted to like actually get into it, I realized I'm like, oh, I'm not even good at the game, and there's not enough players for me to not rematch the same guy. So I already know what suffering is like. I'm not gonna willingly suffer for no reason. It's a hard pass. Game was fun though. Game was fun. I mean, if Mechabellum was at like 50,000 players and there were tons of people on, I think that game actually is really, really good. But yeah, I could say that about any game. So I could say that about any game. I could just go pro in Counter-Strike, right? It's a much bigger game. Keepo. This is the first time that my chat has brought up on its own that I should just quit playing StarCraft and do something else. That's fascinating. Usually when I talk about streaming other games, that's where the pitchforks come out. No, I'm gonna stick my current plan again is to create as much quality millennial targeted SC2 content as possible, because it's people that are born around the same time as me that honestly would be in the same demographic of interest in games like Resident Evil and StarCraft. So plus the older StarCraft people, they don't watch anything else, so it's less of a competition, right? They're always going to be there. Let's get a little wall here. Hey, wait, that's me. Yeah, exactly. But I did a ton of tuning. I did a ton of tuning on my settings for Resident Evil 4 and for how the stream stuff is going to look when we're playing that. My plan is to finish my S Plus run, maybe try to do separate ways as well, get ready for Requiem. But no, you guys are silly. You guys are funny. I'm not going to stop doing StarCraft stuff. If you guys haven't been keeping up, Blizzard finally came back and started updating the game in October of this year. So that's really, 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 really nice. It's really, 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 really nice. What I would really love more than anything, especially with like the number of people that have been begging for it, they just need to release a replayable like Resident Evil Outbreak follow-up or something. Like that's truthfully, it's what they need to do more than anything. I would just do that full time. I assume if they remade Outbreak, it would be big enough to probably just. I can't imagine any procedural type game that I could replay over and over again that I've been wanting more than that. I would do that. Maybe. But you have to keep in mind too, it's like, you know, you guys see things very, very differently from me. Just go for that middle base even earlier, right? This guy looks like he's just trying to take all the bases, so this is our opportunity to just try and be greedy as possible. I think that's the move. Oh, he did. Okay, it is. He's got the corruptors. Well, you know, I think that was actually not too bad. Considering what he just did. I guess it could be worse. We'll see. If he kills my fourth base again, then there's probably no way we can win this game, right? So let's just try to retake the fourth. And then if he kills it, we're going to tap out and go next. That's a lot of corruptors. So he's clearly got everything he needs. Actually, almost kind of handled that okay. Yeah, he didn't get any of our starports, which is nice. He didn't get any of our starports. Now, it'd be so nice if they just made a good Resident Evil multiplayer game. I'm ready to just retire doing something like that. That'd be nice. Oh, he's got lots of bases, does he? Do you want them to be spread out in case they use like Banes to try and snipe them? Seen that once or twice. But yeah, don't tell me you want me to play other stuff. Jeez, guys, come on. I take a year break, I come back, Blizzard comes back. You're crazy. Look at him go. He's beautiful. He's a beautiful butterfly bursting from his cocoon. Yeah, no co-op updates ruined that dead board. No co-op updates. I was just talking about that. I wish, man. I wish. As soon as they stopped updating co-op, the game was super dead. Give me your corruptors. It's gonna get wild. This will be a good game to end on too, since this one looks like it's going long. I've spent the last 2 hours playing the same 2 barcodes over and over. This is the first time this guy didn't insta-leave against me. Probably, I guess he knew he was going to clap me this badly. This guy's only goal is to demoralize me. But the cool thing is, guys, I can make a really, really good YouTube highlight. Doesn't matter what happens in this game, because I'm going to be able to force a big maxed out battle of battle cruisers versus corruptors. And even if I lose, that's okay. At least it'll be awesome. At least it'll be awesome. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Not too shabby, huh? Actually, oh my god. Press my clip button. See, I'm just gonna clip that, dude. I just got a crazy ass good clip right there. That was a great fight. That was a great fight and a great fight for me. Love that. Love that for Nathan. Yeah, that's fine by me, bro. Fuck it. We ball. We ball. Why not? Why not? Who's the cute guy with the white t-shirt? Oh yeah, go get that base. That doesn't exist. Have fun, bro. Mm-hmm. Yeah, big boy. Beautiful. Serve him up. Serve him up, dog. Don't worry, I got more command centers just for you, big boy. I got more just for you. Ooh, what a game, though. You really pushed me to my limits. Damn, you actually won the fight. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Sometimes it do be like that. Now watch him throw everything and the kitchen sink at this. Let's find out. Let's see what he's got. I want to see what's going on inside of your head. What's his plan? I don't know. Cry? He's probably writing a Reddit post as we speak. Hey guys, I'm a Korean GM Zerg. I lost Nathanias. My family no longer wants to speak to me anymore. Do you have any recommendations? I imagine maybe something like that. Yeah, I am just gonna YOLO it all there, for sure. Why not? Let's go. Why not? Why not? No GG? Really? Wow. Prices are up. The kind of jabroni who takes every single base on the map, gets to build his perfect dream composition. He gets his Barbie dream house. He gets his Ken Mojo Dojo Casa house. And he still... That's tough. Maybe he should have tried to take this base. Oh, he actually had a drone burrowed there, too. He could have had a drone burrowed there, too. That's funny. Yeah, I'm going to guess that he lost the game. I actually got a couple of really good clips from this one, but I think it was... When did he dive over my turrets? He tries to, like, chase over here at some point. I don't know if it was right around this time, but he tries to dive in. I think it might have even been before this. Here. Nate, there's an easier way to check. Do any of these turrets have kills? Yes, multiple. Okay, then go further back. See? There you go. Problem solved. I think that was on the way out. Okay, so now we're at the before stage. Okay. He made too many broodlords? Well, he probably shouldn't have made broodlords at all if he knew what was good for him. I'll agree with that. The broodlords in general, horrible mistake. 2 to 3 I could see. Like, oh yeah, that right here. I feel like this was the move. Because he comes over and he eats a bunch of hits. And that's like, that's not even it. He comes back in again. That one was pretty good for him. But when he comes in to get my base, I'm able to save the starports, which is really, really big. I'm able to save the battle cruiser here. But between you and me, guys, I mean, I also think he was trolling a little bit. He had a lot of money. He could have thrown banelings at my planetary. He could have, I don't know. Maybe he was scared. I think we can all just agree that he could have made some better choices. But there's a push up on this base after I make these turrets that's coming very soon. It's right there. You guys see it. This right here is where I feel like he threw the game. This was the moment where I realized things were actually not going that bad. Because he does come up in here and dive on this. And I think I lose one. I'm not sure if I save that one. But he just goes into all the turret. I mean, he loses a pretty decent chunk of his corruptors there for one battle cruiser. Like, and I still Yamato'd one. So that was kind of a crazy psychopath move by him personally, if you ask me. Kind of nuts. How many corruptors does he have before that? 14. He comes into my base. He dives with 14 corruptors, and I've got like 10 missile turrets. Maybe 8 of them are actually in range. But he comes in with 14 corruptors, kills 1 battle cruiser, and he leaves with 6. So he loses over half of his corruptors, which is... That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice for us. This was a great game. Yeah, oh, I got like 3 clips. I got 3 clips. See, guys, even when Nathanias says I'm super boned, right? It doesn't matter. Teleport all my BCs directly onto him. Find out what's going to happen. Just YOLO it. Worst case scenario, it's a funny clip of me failing. Best case scenario, it's a funny clip of me winning. But you never know if you don't go. You never shine if you don't glow. Just remember that. Just remember that. Yeah, he threw away a pretty unholy number of corruptors. So I think that's a pretty good measure of how we got there. Mass spores similar to your turrets would have made any difference. Well, you'll notice that I didn't actually build any turrets like in my main until the very end. Like when he was trying to pee on my buildings, like actively. That was the only time I made turrets in like my actual base, right? The only other spot I tried to turret up was the only spot I really turreted up was the spot where I thought my battle cruisers would have to defend. Like that. The main base is a little bit too far, but it's like kind of a triangle between the middle base, that bottom base, and the bottom middle, the middle, the bottom middle, and then your natural. You know, like that kind of becomes the new triangle. So my goal was to have one point between those bases so that I could kind of reach out to all of them and fall back. And that's why I had that big turret mass there. Because those weren't like spread out turrets. I put them all on top of each other for, again, the only minimal spreading I do is so that banelings can't hit them. I don't want him to send in 4 banelings and kill 8 turrets. I want him to have to spend like 2 or 3 banelings on each one. That's because A, he may not have enough, and then I have anti-air left over. And B, usually when they're making that move, it's because they're ready to end the game. So giving them something that they're not ready for can be a big boon to your setup. I'll try queuing up for one more game. My expectations are down here, but we'll see. There are no rules on the ladder, Joseph. There's no rules at all. You don't even get in trouble if you leave every single mirror matchup you play. Rules require an enforcement mechanism, and if nobody cares to do anything about it, guess what? There are no rules. I learned that one in 2025. All right, we got a rematch. I'll do something different this time.
The quest for glory begins.
If I go BCs against him, it's gonna be a long game again. I'm not sure I want that. YOLO, bro. That's right, Humber. That's right. Yeah, if he had made spore crawlers, would that have helped? I don't know. My favorite thing about battle cruisers is that I can be wherever I want to be. Like, I'm going to tell you guys something, okay? One of the coolest things I did was that earlier in a game, I didn't really mention it. I don't even know if it's clippable, but if you, even with the 2 or 3 stacked BCs, you do the hold position thing where they shoot and they don't destack. I mean, I was hitting this mineral line from here with my BCs earlier on a different earlier TVZ, and the guy had 3 spores here, and none of them were firing, and I killed all his drones. Like, it was such a tiny little play. I'm sure everybody watching was like, oh, he's getting more drone kills, but for me, I'm like, this is a specific spot that I can micro my guys into. I can give myself an advantage by taking this position that my opponent obviously hasn't thought about. Like, it's such a big thing about what I love about playing StarCraft. Those little decisions in the moment about where something goes. But if I just wanted the feeling of victory, you know, I could play one of those like slot machine simulators that don't even use real money, right? And then just pretend I'm winning there. But I love StarCraft because of the challenge. And he should expect me to go BCs again. So. And we'll give him a little bit of bait too. I'm not gonna make it seem like I'm doing nothing either. I'm coming for you. I'm coming. Where you go, big boy? You better run. That's right. That's right. I think we got the message across. Well, here's something we can say from the last game. Based on all the different things that we saw him do, the most likely outcome, if he thinks we're doing anything like last game, is that he'll go for a lot of corruptors, and he'll probably tell himself he just needs to be a little bit more aggressive or something silly like that. So, unless he does a complete 180 and does like some sort of one base all-in kind of shenanigans, I'm not super concerned. But I will go, instead of double BC, we go single BC. Yeah, it's the same guy. We go single BC instead of double, mostly to sell him. And then ideally, hopefully he goes into Giga Corruptors and we've got like Cyclones and Hellions, because last game we saw no Roaches, we saw no Hydras, and both of those to me mean that he might just go Corruptor Ling again. Or Corruptor Ling Infestor, which would actually be kind of fun to play against if I went like Hellions. So, that's all. That's all.
In the rear with the gear. Ready. Bad news.
But the cool thing about beating someone with battle cruisers the first time is you put the fear of God into them. Right? Because they're just going to be thinking, now it's all he's going to be thinking about. When his wife asks him if he's thinking about other women, he's going to be thinking about battle cruisers. When his boss asks him if something is on his mind on Thursday morning, he's going to be thinking about battle cruisers. He's going to say no, but he'll be lying. Because he's going to be thinking about battle cruisers.
Add-on done. Command center up.
But we already know how this guy plays. He takes the whole entire map, right? He takes the whole ass map, takes every single base, makes lots of lings. Oh, okay. Doom drop. Is this just lings? Is this just a ling doom drop? Oh, he's got queens too. Okay. Oh, he is pissed. Oh, he's super pissed. You know what? By all means, bro, you can have that one. You know what? After what I did to him the last game, I can't even blame him for that. I can't even blame him. I deserve that 100%. I deserve that 100%. I mean, I literally just slapped it on his face last game. So if he didn't clap back, it was gonna. Maybe he won't think about battle cruisers all week now. That's my bad going 3cc. We'll try to queue one more game. We'll see. I'm probably just going to get him again, and I'm going to guess he'll cheese us. So if we rematch, I'm going to do the exact same thing I did this game. I'm just going to do this again and hope he doesn't do that. Because obviously we just want him to get it out of his system. We crushed him in a 30-minute game with Mass Battlecruiser. He cheesed us in the rematch. You know? We just got to hope he wants to go back to playing a regular kind of game after that. You should add a shoulder swap. Yeah, I can say him all-inning me like that after the way I beat him is one of the biggest compliments he could pay me. Exactly. Couldn't agree more. Oh my god, there was a new episode of Salt Lake tonight. Hell yes. Hell yes. I was so worried it would be boring today. Yo, Kyoto, what's up? Hallo. Guten Abend. How goes it? He is speaking it. You better believe it, man. But I'm just gonna spend the rest of my evening. I'm gonna take out the dog, give him dinner, and just edit clips. Just go watch through. I still have a couple of streams from last week I want to dig through too, so Do you think shoulder swap would be sick, or does it not really matter for you? It doesn't matter for me. You're talking about like being able to Gears of War style flip the camera to the other side of the character so that it's easier to aim from behind obstacles, right? That's what you're talking about. You want the character to you want the character to be ambidextrous, and for that to be represented in the gameplay. That's my understanding of what you're saying. I think personally, that's yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's a very, very good reason why lots of people love that, but it's not something I've ever thought about. You made mini quiche is nice, nice. Any special plans for tomorrow? Nope. We are not doing anything crazy tomorrow. Katie is working until 8 o'clock, and then we are, yeah, then that's it. Then it's going to be New Year's at 9, so. The ball drops at 9 p.m. tomorrow. Speedling opener. Yeah, I get that. It's not something I think the game particularly needs, but I can understand the argument. It's very Gears of War type of thing for a game to have. Oh yeah, Arc Raiders, I'm sure. Well, Arc Raiders is like, people try hard in that, right? That's like the new try hard game. People take that. I imagine that there's like a fanatic base of super hardcore players of that game for them to have a bunch of stuff like that. I hear a lot about it, but it's like, yeah. I don't really know too much. I didn't really look into it, to be honest. I thought Tarkov was, you know, Tarkov absolutely popped my bubble of an idea of what a game in that genre could be. I just assumed that if they made another game like it, they're trying to compete with Tarkov, which means that the game's not made for casual gamers, so it's not, didn't really draw my interest there. But I've heard that game is popular. I've heard it's doing well. Good for them. Oh, we're getting Bane busted. Holy fucking shit, build the wall. Oh my god, AI in this game sometimes drives me crazy. That's the closest thing to genuine Nathanias Salt you guys have seen in years. Build my goddamn depots. Build my goddamn supply depots, please. Oh, he's trying. Righteous. This guy's crazy.
Engine screaming. Inbound.
Has a cheater issue. I don't know. I don't know. There's nothing, honestly, no offense, but there's literally nothing more cringe than when internet strangers that I talk to are like, oh, you know, people just cheat a lot in online games. I'm just like, I really don't know. I really don't feel like that many people cheat against me, and I play a lot of games competitively, so I don't know actually. But I'm sorry that you feel like people are cheating against you. That must be a terrible feeling. All right, BCs are in. Feeling pretty good. He's cooked. I think we did a decent job this game, right? I mean, he tried pretty hard to take us down a few times earlier. He had those roaches early on. He tried to Bane bust us. Oh, what a rush. What a rush. What a game. These are the good games of StarCraft that you like to play. Gets a little bit intense. Guy takes a big swing. Takes a big swing at the start. Tries to set himself up for success, but it's not quite enough. Beautiful. Poetry in motion. All right, let's see what he's got here. People shooting off fireworks tonight. Oh, people, yeah. I mean, once it's 4th of July or New Year's, turns into the whole week once Christmas is over. And there. Just getting ready for like the big roach-based play, so gonna actually build some siege tanks. Just because I'm almost kind of sniffing a base trade. No, okay, we're fine. Never mind. Never mind. We are completely fine. We are completely fine. What a game. What a game. How quaint. How quaint. How quaint. That was pretty great. You can have unlimited free loadouts. Well, I again, I don't know anything about it. I just assume if it's like Tarkov that you have like the try hard, want to cry at the end of your session, go in with all your good stuff option, and then you have the go in as naked man with pistol option. Personally, naked man with pistol option is a lot more fun to me. If anything, I guess you probably don't have to drink water every 15 minutes in that, do you? I might have to check it out. Probably not, though. Let's go next. 506. All right, now we got a. So this is a barcode Terran, but it does not. He does not look like the Grandmaster guy. It was a good hold of the bust. Yeah, actually, I think a couple clip-worthy moments from that game even. This is nice. All right, looks kosher. Let's check the third. Or the other third. Check the other third. Quick wall off. Doesn't look like he's rushing Marauders. I think it is a different guy. I think we're good. I played like one barcode Terran Grandmaster on the Korean server for like an hour straight. Played like four or five games in a row against him. It was brutal. It was brutal, and it was only an hour because of how long the queue time was for me to keep hitting him over and over. All the games were sub 5 minutes. He went Proxy Reaper, Proxy Marauder, and Proxy Cyclone. 4 different matchups. Bro was wildin'. But dude is also top 100 on Korea, so he was just having his way. Did I end up getting plat on LOL? Yeah, I did. I did. I got it a long time ago. Got it a long time ago. Yeah, I got plat like at this point, it might have been like 2 years ago. I don't really play much ranked league, but that has more to do with like mages in general not really being like super competitively viable characters. The game design has shifted a little bit. But the guys that I like to play the most are just generally not considered that good. Just waiting for Cyclone number 4. For him to use a scan at 430, skip a mule to see 3 Cyclones, that is a win, right? You guys think when people scan, it's a bad thing, right? I just disagree with all of you on that, so I don't... What does he lose? What did he lose? He knows exactly what I'm doing. Like, how is knowing exactly what I'm doing worthless? You know, the money that he's not mining with the mule that he could have dropped, he's gonna get anyway. You know that, right? Like, he's going to get the money from those minerals regardless of whether he uses mules. I would feel better personally if he had no idea what I was doing and I could snipe his 3rd command center in midair. That's what I would like to do. Or actually, maybe this. Nope. I don't think that's gonna work. All right, let's see if I bought enough time. Let's see if I bought enough time. But yeah, I mean, mules are highly overrated. They are absolutely imba and super overpowered when you have like 10 orbital command centers. But otherwise, most players overrate them. And it's honestly a waste of energy to argue with people about it. So that's all you get. That's all you get. When you have enough orbital commands that you can use them as like force fields or drop like 8 of them on a brand new base that you don't know how long you're going to be able to hold on to, like that's where the mule really, really shines. GG. But yeah, a lot of people, you know, there's a common misconception that mules give you more money, but all they do is like, imagine that you have the same bag of Halloween candy. A mule is like if you eat 4 candy bars at a time. You don't actually get more candy. You just eat it faster. Does that make sense? Mining with SCVs is like eating 1 candy bar at a time, and mining with mules is like eating 3 candy bars at a time. but you're not. It doesn't put anything else in the bag. The bag of candy still runs out at the same rate per individual unit that it always would have. It's very important to keep that in mind. A lot of people genuinely believe that calling down a mule is the same thing as pulling an extra piece of candy out of the bag that was not there before. They unironically believe that if you don't eat the candy as fast as possible, you lose it. Like, they think it expires in 2 minutes. Well, you just spent 500 minerals by scanning one time. Holy shit. And I'm like, that is the fastest way to tell me you don't know anything about StarCraft. But good, go on. Go on. Good for you. I witnessed you use the OP mules once versus a Zerg. Yeah, like, mule force fields, the fact that you can do something like that is nuts. Like, that's actually fucking crazy. Like, that is legitimately nuts. The fact that you don't need workers at all at the end of the game, if you have enough orbital commands, those are some areas where it gets into the problematic territory. But I would literally trade mules for the ability to just build 2 SCVs at a time, like that. Give me reactor command centers instead. Go ahead, all you people who circle jerk how much you hate mules. How about you just let me build SCVs faster, bitch? You won't. You won't. It's the same reason why all the people who cry about Zerg being weak would never entertain the idea of putting Hydras on tier 1, because then they'd have nothing to complain about and say that it can't be fixed. Tragic. Tragic. Someday it'll be the house that gives out full-size candy bars. That is the dream. That is the dream. And this economy, though. Oof. Give Nate design direction for SC. We'll have OP Terran and need to put the other races on life support. Yeah, and you know what? I could make Terran the most OP race in the game by only following through on nerfs people think they want. That's the most fucked up thing. I just tell people I'm getting rid of mules to make SCVs build 3 seconds faster. You guys have no idea. You have no fucking idea, man. All that energy for nothing but scans? Build half the amount of depots you need in a game without losing your income? Oh, Jesus. All I gotta do is put a big sign that says delete mules. People's critical thinking skills are so limited. They'll just say yes to it with no idea what they're doing. How could building SCVs a little bit faster possibly offset the loss of the mule? And then you realize that unless you think you actually need to scan, nobody's rushing an orbital. You're building a ton more SCVs, and those, not only are you building your SCVs 4 seconds faster, but you suddenly also don't have to build the orbital as soon as your barracks is done. So, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Please delete mules. Oh my god. You guys have no idea what you're asking for. Mules are one of the dumbest fucking things in the game. They literally exist to be a nutsack that you can kick. That's all you really need to know. Unless the Terran has 15 orbitals, then they're just broken. Suddenly Terran compete with Protoss and worker production? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It would immediately, I mean, TVP would immediately be balanced by a change like that. The fact that the Protoss takes advantage of their macro mechanic at like what is the supply they build at Pylon? Like 15 or 14? Like they get it immediately. But for the Terran, you're not using anything from an orbital until like 22, 24 supply. And And even then, it's just a worker that mines a little bit faster. So you still have to wait for it to actually do its job anyway. Meanwhile, the Protoss player is already like 8 or 9 probes ahead of you. And they don't have to stop building probes at any point. They don't have to. There's no transformation. Yeah. I'd take that deal in a heartbeat. I'll take it in a heartbeat. But I love when people bring that up to me, though. That's my favorite. It's my favorite thing people whine to me about is mules, and I just agree. I just agree, and they have no fucking idea what to say. Please, please, for the love of God, give us anything other than this dumbass unit. Well, Nate, part of why he counterattack one-tapped you is because you were a little bit overzealous. So. I mean, my favorite reason why I like to go command center first is because it's the only way my viewers will tolerate me delaying an orbital. Because they're like, oh, his barracks isn't done yet. Yeah, that's command center first. Meanwhile, I don't even make an orbital until both my main and natural are fully saturated. And I'm like, what is this feeling in my pants? I am actually saturating my main and natural base within the first 5 minutes of the game. It is an unmitigated miracle. Truly. That's why Nathan's such a fanboy of CC first. Orbital takes 25 seconds. 25 seconds, real time. So it's two SCVs you can't build. It's a little bit more, right? SCVs are what, 12 seconds? Yeah. If you wanted to delete mules from the game and just make SCVs take 9 seconds to build, I'm there. I'm there. All right, you guys let me know. You guys let me know when you want to get rid of the OP mule. Terran player willing to sell us out. By all means. Well, I tried, boys. Tried to get the BCs out. I don't know if it's gonna happen. I don't know if it's gonna happen. I think I've got one. No, they're not even close to finishing. GG. You thought it was 20 seconds? Yeah. Metals Exchange is raising margin requirements on silver and gold for the 3rd time in December. Nice, nice. Systemic pain, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, Dun, Son, the GOAT, Hey Nate, how are the games? They're great, man. Games are going fantastic. I've been playing against a bunch of Korean grandmasters today. Just it's been good. It's been good stuff. I think this is the same guy again, right? You think the math changes before they cut the mineral patches in half? Well, it's true that we used to have more candy in the base, but The rate of consumption never affected how much candy was there. Mules definitely were better back when you didn't have a limited number of patches you could use them on. It's another reason why mules are horrible design for the game, because of this awful mineral patch design too. Like the fact that they can't use the same number of minerals for each patch is ludicrous. That was one of the worst changes they ever made to the game. But yeah, you're right. Mules were better when it didn't matter. When they were all the same amount, mules actually were more efficient on the far patch. So. Remember this debate? You should build a barracks for scouting instead of scanning. 274 minerals versus 150. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you'll find the only people out there who use the, well, mules are actually worth this much. You know, you can always recognize them by the big round glasses and the fact that they look like the kid from Polar Express. You can just ignore anything those people say, because they usually just overstimulated 24/7. That's why they can't stop yapping. You just gotta, you know, you just gotta just survive being around those types sometimes. No, but removing mules is one of my favorite memes, right next to Hydras on tier 1. The number of people who pretend to support such an idea, but go out of their way to remind everyone how impossible it is. That's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite memes in StarCraft. Truthfully. It's up there. Just trying to be a little bit out on the map here. Might build this game a bit more aggressive. I think this is the same guy again. I've played this guy like another 3 or 4 times in a row. But there's still a lot of you guys here watching, so I'm not giving up. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out.
Add-ons finished.
Thank you, Spadacles. Thank you, thank you. Happy to be here. Appreciate it, man. Do people still use ghosts and nukes, or has that been phased out? I think ghosts are still technically the only viable pro late game for TVZ, right? I'm pretty sure the pro meta is still turtling every game on Mass Ghost, actually. That's what it was the last time I checked, anyway. Go ahead, boy.
You've got mail.
Yeah, the ghost is just another abomination. Just another abomination. All these people who had all the ability to make all these changes in the game in the last few years decided to completely ignore for no reason other than so that they could complain about it on their streams and social media. Now the ghost is perhaps the biggest failure of the Balance Council. They had years to do anything about it.
You've got mail.
They had years to do anything about that shit, man.
You've got mail.
Yo, thanks for the gift sub, Sumo. Appreciate you. Thank you, Sumo. Sumo. God bless you. A little something for Christmas and New Year. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Big time. All right, hope you're doing well. Hope the family's well.
You've got
Just thank
mail.
you. Thank you. Damn, I did try, though. I did. GG. Well, I don't know, Nate. People are still watching, so I think we can keep going. I'll keep pushing for you guys. Thank you. It would be cool if the most elite unit in Terran infantry was good for anything other than dunking on Protoss shields and energy. Yeah, I just miss when it was a specialist unit. That's as far as I'm going to go. $50 to unlock Nathan ranting about ghosts for 30 minutes, though. It's not good for my health. I can't give that out. Yeah, Ghost is a trash unit. Might as well be deleted from the game at this point, honestly. It's that bad. It's one of the most meta warping things I've ever seen. You guys just know I don't like complaining about balance or anything like that anymore, so it's gotta be incentivized. Core? Anio. Is this the same barcode Terran again? I don't know. I do not know. Exactly. That's okay. It's okay. Nobody needs to be able to afford the rant. The whole point is I don't want to do it. So. Imagine having the keys to update the game for years, and the biggest thing you can do with it is a rework for a unit that gets reverted because of how bad it is. We could have had it all. I don't think he could really proxy us on a 3-player map, so we don't really have to worry about it, but might as well poke. Just make sure there's nothing out here. You're just blown away this game's been out for 16 years? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Not very alpha of you to be worried about losing your Reaper. Yo, Spadicles. Dude, carriers used to be so good too. I can't believe they neutered those. The fun police. The fun police. But we know he's going to go for a Liberator backstab, right?
Add-on done. Swap away.
Mm-mm-mm.
Add-on
You found out CS 1.6? Yeah, man. Counter-Strike is huge. Counter-Strike is huge. I'm just trying to do the build a little bit better here. Trying to be a little bit tighter on it. Do something a little crazy this game. I'm gonna try and get away. Try and get away with something funky. Yeah, the drop right as my guys leave my base is brutal, right? It's just brutal. What can you do? All right, battle cruiser is out. Let's see if I can get this. Nice. That timing though, right? It's always so brutal. No matter what happens. If I leave my units in my base, they never poke like that. But if I send him out, that's the moment he hits. I don't always send my units out because I'm nervous about that happening. Because it always happens. So that's just tough. He probably sees that I'm getting the mine upgrade, and that's why he turned his bio push around. He doesn't want to walk into mines. I get it. Even if he knows, he doesn't build Ravens. He hasn't built Ravens in any of the games we played, so I feel kind of safe in assuming he won't just have them this time. We'll see. Game's like 30 years old. Yeah, man. Well, welcome to being a part of the, or I don't know which generation you are, but the first generation that not only grew up with games, but actually had games their whole life too. You know, it's kind of crazy to think about. You know, our parents and stuff, they could only have ever started playing games at some point in their lives. Whereas for many of us, we've been gaming for a long time. Forgot I had that off. We've been gaming for a long time. I like that after being the most aggressive dude I've played in so long, just putting these mines here that he hardly even knew about was enough to completely stop him. Like 100%. I love that. I love that. Let's see what he does now. All I have to do is not make it easy for him to like scan and get two at once, basically. Because he's playing paranoid for me on this, which is nice. There we go. Scan, big boy. Yeah, this might sound crazy to you, but that's actually better than what happened the last few games still. Woo! Oh, look at that. He wants it. Look how hard he's trying for me. This is all, guys, this is all for me. This is going to be the first time he doesn't kill me with his marine tank push. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, I love it. Doesn't even matter if I win. This guy has done a tank all in like that to kill me. What, like 4 games in a row now? Crazy, crazy, crazy. I'm just trying to get my piece just a little bit. Just a little bit. Actually, I'm completely fine with that. It's the most important thing to do, get a third, try and get some more mines, get a reactor for those. And then I've got, what, 3 BCs? Yamato's almost up for all of them. So I say we push him and we just try and move through the angle that we would see the drop if he was going for like a Doom drop. My battle cruiser's at +2 attack, by the way, in case you're wondering. I did sack that BC because I need to repair this one very badly. Do you see how careful? You see how careful we've gotten him to be, though? I'm trying. Oh, he's coming. Bruh. Bruh is really giving it his all. Man, this is some Gohan versus Cell shit this man is on right now. When's the last time a man tried this hard for you? Come on. Some good shit right here. He's crazy. Look at that. Oh, I love it, man. I do. I do. I got more mines where that came from, honey bunny. Don't worry. Don't worry. Meep. Uh-oh. You gonna fly into my base again, huh? You wanna get airborne? Go aerial? Like the Little Mermaid? Oof. No, 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 no. Not for you. If Zaya says someone has to die, they die. And they deserved it. I mean, I definitely need another base or 2 or 3 at this point, but I think we're hanging in there. I think we're hanging in there, boyos. What a game. What an absolute game. I'm afraid of the night. I can see us. Yeah, this game's a certified banger for sure. Certified fresh, 67%. You'd love to see it. Hey, money's tight. Him trying to go battle cruisers against me is also amazing. I do love that too. I do. Ooh, that looks like it hurt. Damn. Just got a little bit too much money, huh? No, I finally got that base up, but it was just too late. Just too late. I guess, right? Yeah, he brought such a crazy aggression the whole match. It was pretty tough. It was. I think we're done, boys. I think we're done. I think we're done. There's just no more money. Just no more money. This was a great game, though. I mean, after getting cheesed by this guy like 5 times in a row, we at least finally took him to the, we took him to his limit. What a game. What a game. GG. Yo, this guy's crazy. This guy's crazy. I mean, he's on top of everything I do. And he attacks nonstop. I can't ask for better clip bait than this. I really can't. I got like 3 army wipes I clipped. I can put all of those up. I don't need to win the game. I got some pretty sick highlights from that one. This is so much better than getting like proxy 2 racks. Well, we don't prioritize the highlights, Olex. The important thing is to keep in mind that our win condition isn't to win the game. All we have to do is play a good game. Entertain the audience, get clips for later. The people watching live will forget by the next stream every game we lost, unless it was really epic, We've got a good thing going. We've got a good thing going. It's our way to win when we don't win. I didn't get to clip the victory screen. Sometimes it'd be like that. I'd always like to clip the victory screen if I can. But sometimes we just get sick plays and that's all. Yo, thank you for the clip. Appreciate it. Thank you. What race does Nate play? I play Terran, but I also play Protoss and Zerg. Nate plays them all. Yeah, thank you for the clip, 7. Thank you. That dance made you laugh. I appreciate that. All right, we got a TVP. This is the first time we played a game that wasn't against a Terran player in like 2 hours, so. I think it's been about 2 hours of TVT with those last two games especially. All right, we're going pretty long though, huh? We're gonna hit 6 hours of the stream on this game, so I'll wrap it up after this one. I will send you guys home with a little ghost pepper cheese, since we've got a Protoss player. We can end it with some cyclones. I do have builds that aren't cyclones, but they all die to stalkers, so stalkers are the most common opening Protoss players do. So I gotta go cyclones. Okay. Is he gonna give me a free pylon this game? I was gonna say, I'd love to know what weed you gotta smoke to think that's worth it. I would. If they let it finish, anyway. I can understand blocking it. Like, he thinks he's materially delaying something here, but if you think about the time it takes the factory to float over, he's denied me about 3 or 4 seconds. So, not a huge issue. Not a huge issue. Actually, yeah, we gotta get this guy floating. Oh, and see, he was doing it for his cheese. So there you go. He's got his zealot rush straight over. This is good for us. This is good for us. Is anything other than rushing blink stalkers. That's really the only thing we don't want him to do. If he's going, like, he could already have Blink being chrono boosted right now. That's the standard build. If he does that, we're in trouble. But if he does anything else, we're in a pretty good spot. It does look like the Zealot went all the way home, though, which is nice. Look at that. Look at that. Probe sneaks all the way around, and then he still sends it over there, huh? Cheeky, cheeky. Cheeky, cheeky. This is crazy love, and you know. Come here, Zealot. Come here, big boy. Ah, yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, he's just gonna try and use his Oracle to buy time. This could work. This could work very well for us. His plan is to just use his little Deuterino here to bait. Oh, Dark Shrine. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I think that's Spanish for I'm a little bitch. GG, well played. Wow. So polite. GG. Wow, that was incredible. What a game. What a game, guys. He went, what was that? Did he go Oracle DT? And then call me a map hacker? He went Twilight? Oh, right, yeah, he needs Twilight for Dark Shrine, Nathan. That's fair, that's fair. All right. Let's limit the incredulousness. He got charge? You're telling me this guy, not only, he rushed Charge Lot, DT, Oracle. Maybe he didn't see that my floating barracks saw him place the stasis trap. I don't know. Oh, he just got on for the first time in a few hours. I see. And then he got clapped by me. He had a 3-second victory against a barcode Protoss. He beat a barcode Zerg. Okay, that's nice. Looks like he goes Stargate every game. That's good to know. What did he do? Wow. He got 2 free wins in PvP. So he's a little boosty boy. Whoa, 3 wins. Is he win trading with a barcode? Huh? And he lost to a Terran. Actually, that's a good Gateway, Core before Nexus, Stargate, Oracle, Dark Shrine, Charge. Interesting. If I had looked at his match history at any point, I'd also be a map hacker, I guess, huh? Tragic. If I had ever played him before and then played him again on a different day, you know, I would be a map hacker. That's going to do it for tonight's show, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Hope you have an absolutely fantastic night. And if I don't see you tomorrow, Happy New Year. I will be live tomorrow, probably around the same time. Lewis can hear me doing my outro, so he is coming over to say hi. Do you want to say hi, Pooch? Pooch, come here. Pooch, every summer. Come. No, come. He says no. He refuses. He told me that he won't be paraded around. Come on, you want to say hi? He's not doing it, guys. He told me he's got to take a shit. I need to take him outside, so I'm going to do that. Have a great night, guys. Catch you later.